Kingdom and grace are the best. Seek that first and his righteousness. Then you will know say you're blessed. But your sins you must first confess. And seek your repentance next. I are overall. Yeah, above all me clear. Over the world, money and fear. Bag of money, car and chain. Me nah left my soul drain. Cause me coming out the most I near. No stokes, no shame. Yeah, who shot the sun and above all, yeah, me proclaim.
Yeah, yeah, it's calling you back home.
All praise to the Most High, yeah. Praise, yeah. Everything you allow, what am I allow? Only cause of your will, yeah, His will be done. And you allow us to walk in it still. So, yeah, your will be done. Thank you for life, thank you for eyes, thank you for sight, yeah. Praise your name, get me through every fight. Thank you for wrong, it made me know right. Thank you for dark, cause it made me know light. Thank you for days, it need me make it through the night. Thank you for grace, it kept me through every plight. Thank you for death, cause in you, me appreciate life. Me satisfied with where you give. Cause where you give, I'm more than what you need. So don't let me great satisfied with where you give. you cause me don't put money first. Thank you cause you tie faith to the works. Thank you cause you form flesh from the dirt. Me thank you for the healing but come from the earth. Thank you cause you allow me to put you first. Thank you cause you tie faith to the works. Thank you cause you form flesh from the dirt. Overall me thank you for you. Satisfied with where you give. Where you give. Cause where you give I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be satisfied with where you give. Cause where you give I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be. Thank you for life, thank you for eyes, thank you for sight. Praise your name, you get me through every fight. Thank you for wrong, it made me know right. Thank you for dark, cause it made me know light. Thank you for days, me to make it through the night. Thank you for grace, you get me through every plight. Thank you for that, cause in you, me appreciate life. Satisfied with where you give. Cause where you give I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be satisfied with where you give. Cause where you give I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be satisfied with where you give. Cause where you give I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be satisfied with where you give. Sing for Amaya. Where you give I'm more than what you need. So don't let me be satisfied. Blessings, what you say? I just blessings. Okay, blessings. Yes, yeah. I'll be your blessings. Blessings. Over and over again. I just blessings upon blessings. Blessings. I'll be your blessings. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be a blessing. Even when I'm stressing, I'll be a blessing. I'm taking every lesson as a blessing to increase my abaya. Me a blessing, I'll be a blessing. Every breath is a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. From I have mouth for talk, that a blessing. I'm a foot for walk, another blessing. Me in the outline with chalk, add up the blessings. And me heart no dark, cause of the blessings. Cause me know who bless me, and who not left me. When me wrong, me know who correct me. Through the valley of the shadow of death, yeah, take me. And then him bless me. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be your blessing. Genesis 12 and 2. And I will make of thee a great nation, and I will bless thee and make thy name great, and thou shalt be a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings, I'll be a blessing. Blessings upon blessings. Blessings,
Bless the chauffeur. Hashiramatazama, the Ten Commandments. Ra'a, Yahaya, Raka, Alahayim, Hakarayim, Iopinia. No or not have other gods before me. La'a, Thayosha, Laka, Pasa, Wala'a, Thayobadma. No or not thou make graven images to serve them. La'a, Thalakwa, Sham, Yahweh, Ba, Shiwa. No or not thou take the Most High's name in vain. Zakar, Ha-Yuam, Ha-Shabbat, La, Kodashwa. Remember the Sabbath day, keep it holy. Kabbalah, Makah, Wa, Makah, honor your father and mother. La'atha, no or not thou murder. La'atha, Kanab, no or not thou adultery. La'atha, Kanab, no or not thou steal. La'atha, Shakar, no or not thou testify falsely. La'atha, Kamad, Kala, Shira, La, Rakaya. No or not thou covet, which is our neighbors. Selah, hallelujah, amen.
Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah.
Selah. Thank you, Elder. Hallelujah.
And everything you should do is in Yah's name. You've got to do everything that he says in his name.
Yeah.
Woo. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
Romans 11:5. That's when we was talking about that remnant.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Thank you, Yah.
Praise Yah.
Yes.
Shalom! Welcome to Mashiach's Assembly! Don't forget, shoes off at the door!
Respect Yah's house.
Hey, Maya is so. Hey, Maya is so. Toraba, 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 Yahaya. Toraba, 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 Yahaya. Praise God!
Praise Yah.
We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. We sing praises to your name. Oh yeah. For your name is great and greatly to be praised. Praise Yah.
Praise Yah.
All right. Here we go. All right. All praises to the Most High. Let me leave a level there because I know I'm going to get louder later. So I think if I go closer like this, then it'll bring the volume up to where I need it. Let me see. Did it? No. Yeah, it did. All right. There we go. Something with the automatic volume. It'll bring it up a little bit. All right. Peace and blessings to the Most High and to you all. Shabbat Shalom, the seventh day. Happy Feast of Trumpets today, right now, in evening. Ended the Feast of Trumpets. If the sun is down where you live today on 9/19/2025, according to the Gregorian calendar, it's the end of Feast of Trumpets, blowing the shofar to warn the children, to usher in the holy days, what they call the Christmas season, or the season of the witch, or the season of the spirits in the Christianity and in the world, where they celebrate Thanksgiving and All Hallows, Death Day Eves and all that. The Most High got holy days, and it's the holy season. So the shofar is blown in to welcome in. So happy Feast of Trumpets for those who are still in the daylight right now, evening to evening. All right, and happy seventh day, the Shabbat day. All right, let's get started. Tonight, Charlie and Candace, the setup of America on the world stage. It's going down, it's going down, it's going down. Hold on, let me try to make myself look a little presentable. Oh yeah, I got some teaching to bring out tonight. Hold on, I ain't see the comments out there. Y'all might not can hear me. All right, nobody said nothing, so I guess y'all can hear me. I got some teaching, I got some exposing. Sorry for me starting so late. It ended Thursday, Sundown. Oh, that's right, it's Friday. Sorry, guys. My days cross over. Last time it was Wednesday, so it ended yesterday, Thursday at sundown. Sorry, I'm thinking we just did the live yesterday. Because all I do is try to get rest and then I get back to work, so the days just blend in. So, Feast of Trumpets ended yesterday at sundown. Sorry, thank you, Charlotte. All right, so now, to everybody, it's going down. Y'all know I got some stuff I'm going to show y'all. I got some stuff I'm going to teach y'all according to the Most High that some of you might have heard, might have never heard before, or might have never known. I'm going to teach you some actual history. I'm going to teach you some stuff. I'm in teaching mode tonight, and we're in exposing some things tonight. All right? Yeah, I'm getting myself ready on the battlefield. You heard? On the battlefield. All right, let's go. Sorry, let me fix this new growth so I ain't looking all crazy later on the screen. All right, I think that look a little bit presentable. All right. Shabbat means Sabbath day, the seventh day. The Most High said, remember it forever. He ain't never change it. Fourth commandment of the 10 commandments. And Shalom means peace and blessings of the Most High unto you all. Let me put the link to the brothers to join me on the screen. Brothers and sisters, present. We going in. Invite guests. Copy. Bang. Control V. I'm hyped because the lesson it's going down, Dolores Yah. Shout out to Donna Yah. Shout out to Germany in the building. Hopefully young Whistler. Hopefully Sweden come in the building tonight. Shout out to Europe. Shout out to UK. Shout out to Canada. Shout out to Australia. Shout out to Africa. Shout out to the United States. All of the Caribbean. South America. North America. Let's go. All right. We're going down. It's going in. Shalom. Shout out to California. Elder Yahya Yazan and Yanapa in the building. All right. So now, I'm a little hyped. Y'all got to excuse that. Only because it's going down already. It's going down already, nice and early. I got to remember, I might need to turn my mic down a little later. But let's go. All right. So where am I at? Did that. Now, let me let Yasha in. Shalom, Yasha, Yaha, Ahavaya, and family to the babies. Shout out to Canada. All right. Yeah, we found out that I didn't even know that, Saba, y'all. Shout out to Brooklyn and Grenada in the Caribbean. Shout out to Grenada in the building. I didn't even know that was a white power sign. I thought it was a blood sign. I didn't know. Somebody said in the last lesson, they steal everything. They not only steal our good stuff, they steal our bad stuff too. Right? We can't have nothing. We can't even have sin. Yo, that's crazy. They stealing our sin. Right? I thought that was a one-eyed Charlie, the blood sign and stuff they do. Hold on. Let's do it. Present. Share screen. Oh, we got something to come out tonight. It's gonna be a good one tonight. Praise the Most High for I didn't even open up. Go to screenshots. Scroll on down. Scroll on down. Scroll on down. Scroll on down. Then grab that one. That's 6 megabytes. Yeah. Double click that. Bingo. Come back to y'all. There she go. Share. Let me see what y'all see. They won't. All right. Let me make that. Let me fit that a little bigger. Oh, it's going down tonight. And y'all gonna learn some things y'all didn't know. Y'all know how the Most High have me always teach something. That's what makes our channel different. Everybody be reporting on this news and stuff. But when you watch our lives, it's nothing like you've ever seen before. Or you're going to learn some things on our lives. Charlie, Kirk, and Candace Owens agenda. All right? The agenda. I think I had another one. Let me see. Yeah, there you go. I had them together. I was deciding, do I say they together? People might think I'm saying they're in a relationship. I'm like, okay, nah, I ain't going to do together. I think I had another one. Exposed. There we go. I had another one. I'm like, Charlie, Kirk, and Candace Owens exposed. Right? Then I think I had another one. I said, expose. Let me see. There you go. I said, expose. So I'm sitting there, I'm like, expose, woo. Right? Because you gotta, because I'm shadow banned, I gotta try to make things to make people like, ooh, right? An expose. I'm like, well, people like expose. You know, he think he French, right? So anyway, so I'm like, expose. I said, okay, I'm gonna do expose. Charlie, Kirk, and Candace expose. Oh, I said, oh, Uncle's gonna expose something. Yeah, we're gonna expose some things, right? So then I said, maybe not. Maybe I'll just put them together. I'm like, ooh, nah, they're not gonna like that, right? Because he just, he got his wife and and his kids, and I'm like, no, we can't put them together, even though they're sitting together. And then I said the agenda. Yeah, because an agenda. And then I think, there we go. And then I said, Agenda 2025. I didn't grab. That's okay. I'll do that. We got a lot of stuff to come out tonight. I had something else I should have grabbed. All right, but it's okay. But maybe part 6. So now, this is the thumbnail. Charlie Kirk and Candace Owens Agenda 2025. So the title is Charlie and Candace, the setup of America on the world stage. It's the world stage series. So yeah, this was Sabaya was asking. She's like, is that that looked, I thought it was a blood sign to me. I thought it was bees up. Right? But I guess it's the 666 because Walt Disney had that on the 666. I found that, right? And and that's what so and then now they saying that that's the I'm gonna be very careful, Todd. I'm being easy. Then they saying R.I.P. and condolences to the brother Charlie Kirk's family and his children. All right, we give our condolences. That's why I cleaned up the together thumbnail. I'm like, no, I can't have people say that I'm saying that they're together like that, right? But right here, they're definitely together, right? Y'all see it? That's one accord. That's called one accord. And y'all already know these hand signs. These are all intentional, right? That's not a coincidence that they both did the same thing at the same time, right? So it's like those people sticking their tongue out their mouth, people putting that thing over their eye with the one eye, right? That's them showing you. And this is early in both of their careers, all right? And they're just like presidents are selected, people are selected to get into the algorithm, right? To get millions of people and stuff, right? So Candace was selected. Now, do I like some of the stuff that she brings out? Yes, I don't. I can show when some people tell the truth, and that don't mean I'm one with them. That don't mean I think they're righteous. That don't mean I know who they really serve, right? So I could share some clips where she dropping some bombs and exposing some stuff. But this is a whale within a whale, right? So shout out to A Villa in the building. So yeah, so this tells you, some what they say sometime. Speak twice less, 3 times less than you listen, right? So I could see, look with your spirit, right? So they're telling you who they serve. You understand? If those who know, right? So then this is also telling you something, right? But they say that it's I guess they say it's a white power thing and everything, right? All right. So anyway, she says the 3 fingers with the W and then that's a P, but I thought it was a B, but whatever. So it is what it is, right? So anyway, let's continue. Let me be easy, like the elder said. All right, 63 in here already so far. All right, so I got some stuff that's gonna come out. Oh, I got some things to show tonight. Oh yeah, it's going down. You're gonna see some things tonight. You're gonna learn some things tonight. All right. So now let me let Hakyama in. Is she here? Shalayam, daughter of Yanaya. Hakyama not here yet. Or is she? Oh, yes, she. Look at her face. She, she did the Scooby Doo thing. Oh, I thought it didn't even let you in. Add to stage. Okay. I seen her backstage. I said, Hakyama not here yet. Her head said, like, I'm here. All right. All right, Shalayam. Now she can add whoever want to come in later. All right. So now we're going to get started. Okay, I still got my Premiere open. I can close that. Thank you so much, Premiere. My editing program, I thank you. I humbly receive. I got my media encoder. Thank you for encoding the media for us. We appreciate you. All right. All right. Oh, I can close this tab too. That's about, ooh, that's 100 tabs. That's all giving me bandwidth. Okay. And then I could close this. Thank you so much for my downloaded program. Thank you. I humbly appreciate you. Quit. Yes, I want to quit the app. Thank you. All right. So now we got, okay, so we got that open, this open, and now we got what we need open. All right. So now let's get started. All right. So how am I do this? I want to bring this in. Akiyama, you let me know when it's 70, 75 people here. All right. Let me know when it get about 70, 75. I'm not sure how much they're going to let us get through the shadow band tonight, but let me know when we get about 75 people here. Or let me know when we get to 70 and then going into 75. And then I'm going to get started with video. All right. So now let me do a little quick intro, and then I got something deep to come after we break down these video clips and all that, right? So this is the continuation of the last one, and we still on the World is a Stage series, okay? So now, first thing I want to say is in the Bible, the book of Matthew 25 says, "Then shall he answer them, saying, Surely I say unto you, inasmuch as you did not to one of the least of these, you did it not to me." So he says, if whatever you do unto the downtrodden, those who are lowered, those who have less than you mentally, physically, and spiritually, right? We are to take care of those. The Most High created all of us to help one another, to take care of one another, right? To understand one another, have tolerance and patience, have a habayah, which they classify as love for one another, right? To understand the differences in other cultures and one another. Not the world, the serpent seed, the darkness has taught us to hate people for color of skin or for classification, right? Caste, C-A-S-T-E, systems for those who have more money look down on those who don't, and people step on the necks of those under them. You know what I mean? See, but that's all sin. That's all devilish culture, right? So the media and the world is promoting a race war. Come on, let's go. Let's get in. Yeah, they is. Yeah, they is. And then they're gonna put it out on the world stage because they got an agenda coming for 2030. You understand? But they had a 2025 agenda. And that's why the thumbnail, you heard? That's why that thumbnail's on the screen, right? So these are agendas that they have coming. They have Agenda 2025. They have Agenda 2030 coming. And all of this is to bring in this new world order and this new currency and a one world order system and all that. But in order to do these things, they have to do the ancient tactic, warfare tactic of divide and conquer, divide the people. When the Most High tell us, he who is righteous, he who has love, he who has compassion, he who loves the Father, the Most High, and he is love, Ahabayah, he who has wisdom and understanding, you understand, tolerance and patience, you know, understand? That's he, and keeps your Father commandments, which is love the neighbor as I love thyself, love the Most High, the creator of all things with all your heart, mind, soul, you understand, your spirit, and love thy neighbor as thyself. Understand thy neighbor as you understand thyself. Treat those accordingly like you want to be treated. Don't covet your neighbor's stuff. You heard? That's who is my brother or sister, father. So that's family, mashfaya, right? Now, so the serpents, I tell you, the world is a stage. And they want to divide and conquer. And right now in 2025, they're pushing the race war, the separation between the so-called blacks and the so-called whites to another level, all right, on the mass deception on the world stage. So this is a continuation of the warning against the manufactured race war that they are manufacturing, all right? See, make no mistake, there is a contemporary script that they're playing out. It's contemporary. It's a script on the world stage in this theater, and it's called the Great Replacement Narrative, the Great Replacement Theory. And the brother who they unalived, Charlie Kirk, he taught this narrative, right? And it was that they putting fear in the so-called white people in America to make people think that somebody's trying to replace them and genocide them and wipe them out, which is insane, honestly. But the the serpent seed and the media, they pump things that are insane and have the sheeple, the people, receive it as truth. You've seen it with the fake Jim Jones jab juice stuff, right? And had all the people take it, right? So there's a contemporary script, and it's called the Great Replacement Narrative. And it's an idea that was twisted by those who want to frighten and then control the populations. They usher in things to scare tactics. They did it with the 9/11 thing, right? Remember, they was like orange threat, and a green threat, and that was the George W. Bush and stuff, right? No, we have no weapons of mass destruction. They had weapons of mass destruction. They went over there. They ain't had weapons of nothing. They was over there throwing rocks. Right? They don't have weapons of mass destruction. They went over there. He was hiding in a cave. Saddam Hussein was hiding, right? So the idea is that they frighten, they pump fear into to control the population. So some of them, they use this narrative from this script, the media. They use the media, and they use it as a rally cry, a gathering to stoke fear. See, they got this great replacement theory narrative, and they pumping it to the to the whites of America, to stoke fear and to rally them up in emotions of anger and hatred, right? And then they use other parts of the media to weaponize this narrative to get people to turn on their neighbors. You understand? But the Most High said, love your neighbor as you love yourself. Understand your neighbor. But the media and this weaponized agenda is to turn people against their neighbors. All right? So whether it's being promoted by what they call the far right, right, Republicans, or the far left, Democrats, right? It's the same bird, right? Or whether it's the money agenda, the agenda of mammon, those who actually are the ones flying the puppet bird, because the bird is a puppet itself, and they flying, right? The puppet master. It's the moneyed mammon agendas, and they profit from this chaos. But either way, the effects of it is the same. The effects is that it turns children against parents. It turns neighbor against neighbor. It turns brother against brother. It turns nation against nation. It turns nationality against nationality. It turns race against race. It is a strategy of fear and division. It is not of truth. It is a lie from the lake of fire. So you have to beware of the world stage script that says your neighbor is your enemy because of their color, or because of their nationality, or because of their affiliation or tribe. See, that is the language of the deceit of the devil, of the adversaries. That is the language of Babylon. And the Most High warns us all through the scriptures against such division. In the book of Psalms, it says, behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brethren to dwell together in unity. Y'all hear me? Psalms 133:1. Behold, how good and how pleasant it is for brothers to dwell together in unity. All right? Now, the brother Malachi in our ministry, Young Kinga, he said, it seems like their goal is to separate us from each other. He said they want to separate all the people of the earth and divide us. He said, and that's why the scripture says we must come together and assemble. And brother Malachi, Young Kinga, he wrote Hebrews 10. Let us draw near with a true heart in full assurance of faith, having our hearts sprinkled from an evil conscience away and our bodies washed in righteousness in the pure water, the living water from the word of truth. Okay? This is so the Bible speaks against this, all right? And let us consider one another to provoke unto love and to good works. That's Hebrews 10 and 24. All right? Understanding. All right? So now, let's get started. They have manufactured and will continue to manufacture the weaponized division to cause separate, divisive warfare against the people. All right? And now they have the modern method of this. All right? So you have to listen closely to the instruments of the play actors on the world stage, right? They got cameras, they use microphones, and they use something that they call now in the modern method, the algorithm. See? So when an incident happens, manufactured or not, whether they manufactured it or not, sometimes the incident can be tragic, like what happened to Charlie Kirk, or what happened to the school shooting with the children, and what happened to our brother Demartravius, where the media ain't telling, really saying nothing, who was hung. What happened to the white homeless man who was just hung in Mississippi as well, right? That they won't let y'all know about, right? See, again, the controlled theater stage of media, right? So all they really is talking about is what happened to Charlie Kirk, right? So sometimes these incidents that happen, whether manufactured or not, are tragic, like what happened to everyone I just named. Sometimes these incidents are ambiguous, right? But within hours, they take the incidents and they turn it into a weapon. Okay? So the puppet master uses the media these are the producers on the world stage, and they produce outrage. So what they'll do, they'll pick the most inflammatory angle of the story of the incident, right? And then they'll cut the footage, right? And they'll place it to kindle rage, okay? And then they'll throw fuel on the flames by showing endless repeats of the incident all over the media. The hot takes, they control the narrative. Everybody, you are being controlled. We have seen it again and again, okay? They'll create or manufacture, or even if they didn't create, take an incident and this dispute that they have, they'll cause people to have emotionary responses to what happened on the left, on the right, on the black, on the white, on the up, on the down, whatever it is, right? And then that dispute will stoke 1,000 tweets, 1,000 responses, 1,000 TikToks, 1,000 YouTube comments, videos, 1,000 Instagram things, right? So anything that they can show as a contest against what they're labeling as the authority, right? It becomes a symbol for everything wrong with the system, right? So a violent act that occurs, they'll play it and replay it over and over and over until the nation is in an outrage. And then another outrage, whether they manufactured or not, will replace it. And then another and another, stacking on top of each other. Each one sharpening the wedge. Each one pushing the devices against the people further apart. Okay? So what happened to the brother Charlie Kirk, right? We don't know who did it. Well, they saying that the little dude did it or whatever. Some say they don't even know if it's a psyop. They don't. It's like with AI, the world is such a stage that it's getting so bad that you really can't for sure know what's real and what isn't, and it's gonna get worse, right? But they using the incident and other incidents that's springing from it as flashpoints. All right. And they are used this way by voices of these people on both sides, on multiple sides, and they're using it to urge a scale up of the tension between the blacks and the white communities. I don't know how it got to be black and white when what happened to Brother Charlie Kirk was from a white on white, but this is where it's at. So it doesn't matter if you agree with whatever man's politics or not. The point here is not to pick sides. The point here is to reveal the process of what they're doing. They're trying to provoke us to amplify the division, amplify the tension, amplify the anger, amplify, right? So it's crazy, all right? Those who are actually managing these spectacles on the world stage, they do not want reconciliation. They thrive and are empowered on division because division is profit and power for them, for their pockets. Okay? See, when the air is filled with grievous words, that's why they pump such this rage and all over YouTube and all over, it's grievous words. It becomes a battlefield. The devil is the prince of the air, and they know that, so they use the airwaves in the media, right? So they keep the air full of grievous words. The Bible says a soft answer turneth away wrath, but grievous words stir up anger. That's the book of Proverbs. They know this. They understand this, okay? And this is what they want, all right? The men behind the curtain, the puppet masters, they want us to be shouting, yelling, disturbed, and angry at one another. They want us to forget that there's people pulling the strings. All right? So these incidents are weaponized. They're using statements weaponized. Public incidents are very rarely able to cool down. Instead, their responses are curated to produce more and more tension. All right? It's called social engineering. The instrument is the media, the press cycle. And now we got a brand new amplifier. It's called social media. Do one person's words have power? Absolutely. But on this new world modern theater stage, they don't allow one word to stand alone. It's like, if you know about digital currency, it's like every statement that is made is like its own node. And it connects to thousands of others. And because of the effect, soon you have pockets of crowds, right? And they are manipulated to gather together and rally. This is what they did in past with old media of the newspapers, but now it's the social media. It's concocted to drive people into a mob mentality, to drive mobs, to feed the spectacle. But I'm come to tell you, don't be fooled. The aim of this narrative is to create enemies of the masses. All right? If you were once okay with your neighbors, they'll pump these narratives so much that they'll only show you the differences between you and your neighbor. Once when you were peace, now you side-eyeing one another. Now you having distrust. They're breeding distrust. Okay? This is their goal. This is their goal. You have to have the wisdom. That's why I come to show. I'm going to show some stuff tonight. We about to get into it. The Bible says, he that answereth a matter before he heareth it, it is folly and shame unto him. Before you understand. Do not answer a matter before you have understanding. Delay your response to give yourself time to really discern if what you're seeing and hearing is actually the truth. You have to refuse to be baited into playing the role that they want you to play on the stage. All right? All right. With that, I'm going to get started. We ain't get up to 70 yet. Oh, they definitely shadow banning us tonight. We ain't get to 70 yet. The devil's a lie. All right. But anyway, it don't matter. Whether it's 1, 70, 50, 60, or 90, we're going to teach this word. You heard? All right, let's get started. So, as I said, do not allow them to bait you. Don't take the bait. All right? That's the clip I forgot. It's all right. I'll do it in another. I forgot that. I got so many I put together. I forgot another main clip. And it was the one because I seen Ramayah said we praying for Candace to come out of it. I forgot the main clip, guys. I forgot the clip where I got her and him from the beginning. Let me just bring a little of it. I can talk a little of it. I have the clip. That's the one I forgot. That's the first one I should have grabbed. I don't know why I didn't think of it. I'm putting so much together. I apologize. But I'll do it in part 7 or something because there's still more. I know I ain't going to finish everything tonight. But now listen clearly. I have a clip of her and him when from the thumbnail when she was really younger. Before, I have a clip when he first got started, when the financiers first came to him and started his nonprofit, right? And she became the number one director in his nonprofit. So this is early. This is before most even knew who he was. Okay. So even her as well. All right. So they select who they're going to allow to get to certain levels. Right. Now, how long you play their game depends on how far you go. And what some is saying, I think I got that clip tonight. Yeah, I do got that clip. That the brother Charlie didn't want to play a certain level of game anymore. And some are saying, allegedly, that's why, allegedly, whatever factions unalived him did this thing, right? I got a clip. We're going to see it in a second, right? But Candace, what people don't know, the reason why she was so upset, because she was really close to him. Really close, right? And it's because their start was the same. And when we didn't even know who he was, when some of us that didn't even know who she was when she was first really getting started on the right wing platform and everything, right? So this goes a lot deeper and personal than people know. All right? All right. So now let's get started. Copyright disclaimers are in effect. We're going to do our first clip. We do not own rights to these videos. These are for educational purposes only. All right. Which one? I think I got it set up. Which one I'm going to go to first? Right. Give me 1 second. Let me go here. Let me go. I can't see. There we go. Let me go to my browser right there. And my first clip is that one. Yeah, I could do this one. So the first clip I'm going to show, right? Because this is where a lot of this is what they're using to instigate this agenda, this racial war, this civil war in America, right? That they're trying to instigate, right? Y'all remember from the last video, right? That they got a lot of the white men on the right, they call them the far right, really roused up, right? To want to create a racial war, right? And it's like the media has pumped them up to think that somebody's really against them, and they're thinking, the left, and it's like, bro, it's crazy, right? So they but this is a narrative that has been going on, and this is for the control of those the puppet masters who create these narratives, this division. It's manufactured, right? So last time, stop share. All right. Then I'm going to go share screen. Let's get started. Share screen. Bang. This one. I showed this, a little bit of this last week. I'm just only showing it now just to do this intro, right? Let me make this, grab this, make this smaller. There we go, right? Make it full screen. So y'all remember this from last week. This is just, I got the videos coming. I'm just bringing into the clips that's coming, bringing up to date, right? And so this is what they're trying to pump in the regular people of America, right?
Mr. President, I implore you, call for a civil war. Call for a civil war and let us do our thing. Let us go door to door, street by street, and clean this country.
Right? So they're pumping this hate and fear, right? And he's asking the president, call for a civil war, let them, the far right, with their guns and their whatever it is they want to do, go door to door and clean it, right? So again, it's It's manufactured so that they can usher in martial law, right? And then they can do away with the government as we know it and make a whole new system, right? They can create the martial law, what they're saying to stop the chaos, right? You got the others saying, Mr. President, just call for a purge and let us just go around from neighborhood to neighborhood and purge everybody who don't think like us. You see what I mean? Everybody who don't look like us, and everybody who don't think like us, and anybody that we choose, right? And but this is manufactured for them to have this mind state, right? It's always been like this. Now because there's a level of people on the earth who are just evil continually, right? And it's not just white, right? It's other skin colors and nations of people as well that believe the same way. These are the evil versus the righteous versus the unrighteous. That's the true Armageddon in the spiritual realm as well as the physical. It's the righteous versus the unrighteous. But they're dumbing it down to make you think it's black versus white and stuff, right? So they're promoting this, right, for all over the social media, right? So
Please, if you're watching this, you share the same sentiment, send it to Donald Trump, share it on your page, whatever. Get this message out there.
Get this message out to have a civil war so they can go door to door and unalive people who don't agree with them. Do you see? That should be an illegal statement. That's a threat, going door to door, right? But the media will promote, they allow this to play. You understand? So it's sparking so much outrage on both sides because the clips of what Charlie believed, what he taught, right, are being shown. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only, right? Now, this is what some more clips, or share this tab instead. Hold on, let me make it smaller. Share this tab instead. This is some more clips of what Charlie believed that will trigger people, because he's speaking about specific people, right? It's like specific. He's talking about a certain group of people. So that's going to have some people of who he's talking about in disagreement with him. And right. But then he's got the other right wing, the one I just showed y'all, amped up because the ones who he's speaking about is like, well, we don't like him. And now they're mad because some black people don't like him. But it's that we don't like what he stood for, what he said. And now the media is amping them up to be mad because right now we are not to rejoice in no one's death or unalive. And that's why I say my condolences to his wife and his kids, right? To anyone that dies. But I don't give agreement to some of his stances. And he's believed in freedom of speech, so we should have freedom of speech to say we don't agree. Copyright disclaimers. We about to get started. We about to get there now. This was some of the beliefs that he believed in. Copyright disclaimers.
I'm sorry, if I see a black pilot, I'm going to be like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
When blacks in America did not have the same rights they had today, they were less murderous, there was less break-ins. Why is that? And the data shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad, it was evil, but what happened?
right? So these statements, right? When blacks had less freedoms, do you understand? They did better, right? It was better in the 1940s when we would get lynched and hung and when we were, right? You see the white girl, like, she can't believe he said that. You see what I mean? So the talking points, all right? So it's insane when you think about it, that anyone could think that someone who doesn't agree with this, right? Then you're somehow, I don't know, an enemy. He said, back in the when we had less rights, it was better for us. You understand? You know what less rights is, because he said he's against civil rights was the worst thing that ever happened. Right? It was a mistake. Sorry. He says civil rights was a mistake that America made for giving the blacks civil rights, civilian rights. So basically, he wants black people to be enslaved, right? So it's like, okay, so like the sister right here don't agree with that. Look at her face. She can't believe he said it, right? So again, it's not black or white. It's they're manufacturing them to be, because think about that. These statements would trigger black to be like, man, that's why I hate white people. And see, it's the generalization. And it'll trigger the white say, man, that's why I hate black people. Not this black person, right? Not this white person, so-called, black or white. That's why they made these up. But the general. See, this is the puppet master, where it'll rile up your emotions that you can't think logically to understand. It's systemic. It's just person by person. Whereas my neighbor who is cool, we help one another, and our kids might play, they might be white or black, right? And all of a sudden, it got you saying to my man, I hate white people. It makes a mob collective mentality, and they know that. So they promote this stuff. You understand? But it has to be explained and shown, lest you fall to the devices of the serpent, this divide and conquer tactic. Divide et impera. From the Romans, divide and rule. Right? Now let's continue.
The data shows they were actually Americans. Why is that? They were less murderous than they had today. Blacks in America did not have the same rights they had today.
Like, boy, I hope he's qualified.
When blacks in America did not have the same rights they had today, they were less murderous. There was less break-ins. Why is that? The data shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad. It was evil. But what happened?
He said the data shows data. He's going to keep going this data. And who makes the data? Right? Who makes the red line? Who makes the laws? Right? Data shows that they were doing much better. He said it was bad. It was horrible. It was, right? He's talking about they was hanging us and enslaving us and burning our houses down. But then he said, but then he said, this is crazy. But then he said we weren't doing as much crime because they was like, we weren't free. They was running and hiding in the woods and stuff. And it's crazy. But he said the data said he's smarter than that. See, this is a manipulation. He knows that. He's smarter than that. The data says that they were doing much better. This is crazy. All right. So anyway, let's continue. These clips are really short. I'm gonna get to the real lesson.
When blacks in America did not have the same rights they had today, they were less murderous. There was less break-ins. Why is that? The data shows they were actually better in the 1940s. It was bad. It was evil. But what happened?
A certain skin color now gets their own summertime celebration. Oh, wow, look how far blacks have come. It has now become a racial complaining day. And remember what BLM stands for: burn, loot, and murder.
Yeah, DEI stands for one of the biggest. Earn it, just so we're clear.
Can we also acknowledge, due to the laws under Jim Crow, that black people were significantly hindered from economic advancement?
This is a really important question. The data shows not really. Black Americans are poor.
You see, the data shows not really. Right? So he's smarter than that. He was smarter than that. He knows better than that, right? So it says,
question. The data shows not really.
She says, can you admit openly, right?
Under Jim Crow, that black people were significantly hindered from economic advancement.
Under Jim Crow, black people were significantly hindered through Jim Crow and all that. The data shows not really, right? The data shows.
really important question. The data shows not really. Black Americans are poorer today in 2024 than they were in the 1950s. The disappearance of the black father has been the number one driver of black poverty in this country. At least
So black Americans are poorer today than they were in the 1950s. We are better off when we were in the 1940s, when we were being hung by trees and all of this stuff, right? We were better off. Okay, so these talking points, and this was manufactured because there was a time he didn't speak this way. That's why I showed on the last live when he said somebody wrote him on a comment and said, but you used to like Martin Luther King. You said he was a great man and you believed in what he stood for. He said, yeah, I was wrong. That was before the money got to him. Do you understand? So this is what I'm talking about, the manufacturing, right? So others went, but like, hold up, but you got, well, I was wrong. I got the right to change. Okay. So exactly. So this is why I'm saying this is the manufacturer. All right. So now at this point where he's speaking, now he's worth millions. Okay. So this is programmed. This is a script that he has to say and teach what he didn't believe. They gave him millions. I'm sorry. I was supposed to do it on this one. I really apologize. Now I'm like, crap, I got all the other stuff, but that's the one. I was supposed to get the one with him and Candace, and then the one with his start, where he had nothing. He was doing these college things before in his car. He was living in his car. Do you understand? He had nothing. They gave him this bag because he found out the way he speak can arouse the white kids. And it's okay. You gave him this money, and now they've started this 501c, and now this is what we want you to teach. And then he took the script. And within a year, his company, they started a 501c with nothing. Within 1 year, it was worth $10 million. And then the donors, the people who were donating, because it was right-wing political. Do you understand? So this he didn't speak this way before. Okay? And yeah, so all right. So, and then those who say they are the tribe of Judah and are not, they came later. First, the right-wing Republicans came, and then they introduced him to the orange man's son, and then that's when he started to really get the donors and on it and his father, and then and Candace back then became the first director of the 501c3, and this was when they was funding her. This when she was on there. So that's the connection. I meant to show it. Part 7 is coming, right? So I meant to show y'all the connection. I apologize, but I got a lot to come out. All right, I really apologize. I should have did that first. I had so much to put together. I forgot to grab those. All right, first. All right. So this is the beginning before we even knew. So she was instrumental in helping him because she had already got the bag. She had already been selected before him. Okay. So this, you know how they do. How do they do it? Most people don't. Y'all know in the music industry, when they call you a freshman, right? The freshman class, the new rappers of 2025, or the new, like the new singers, right? Where you might have Taylor Swift and this one, right? The new, so it's like they were the new agenda of the Republican right wing. So they use Candace because of the black woman, right, thing to go against, and then they had him. So she was instrumental, kinda not like his handler, but like his what's the name? The one that bridged him in, that taught him this what you do and everything. And so she was ushered as the director of his nonprofit early before none of us knew. Do you understand what was going on? And I got the video to show. I'm gonna show it on the next one, right? Everything I'm saying, I got the video to show it. All right. So right, I get what you're saying. If you have the right to believe he wasn't racist, but I have the right to understand that this is not a psyop when someone is saying in their own words that all of these racist statements, these untrue, fake factual statements, right? So you got the right to say, if I said that white people was this, and this, things that can hurt and demean you, tell me white people were better off when they was, let's say, in the caves, right? Let's say if I say that statement, right? Because I'm not racist at all, right? I got our white brothers and sisters all here in the ministry, right? Right here, it's about 30 of them right now in here, my brothers and sisters. So let's say if I made a statement that said white people were better off when they were in the caves as cavemen, you'd be like, what the, right? You'd be like, what the, right? Really? Right? Like, white, and then I make a statement that white people kill more blacks than this, when factually that's not true statements. That's not true facts, right? White people are 80% more to kill whites than blacks. But then you make statements that blacks kill more whites. That's false. So these are genderized. So if he wasn't racist, then the script that they gave him is a racist script, and he's quoting the script. Right? So I don't know the man personally. RIP to him, and my condolences to his family. But I just go off. You can't tell me that when all of these clips of him that I have, right, that these are not racist statements. These are racist statements. I would never say this against white people, against Asians, against black people, against none of that. Right? I don't live like that. So yeah, so that's you then took the psyop, apparently. Okay, because this ain't a psyop. All right, these clips are what he actually said. All right, just like this clip right here. Watch this. Is this a psyop? Did this woman really say this?
You're not sharing that screen, Unc.
Thank you. Share this tab instead. Thank you, Yasha. Here we go.
But just to be clear, you just said to me you use the N-word regularly. In what context? Do you use it with black people?
Yes, if it's appropriate.
When would it be appropriate?
Anytime I feel like it.
So you're an unashamed racist.
Correct.
Right? So she just said, I'm an unashamed racist. So I guess I'll be wrong to say she racist, right? You say that's a psyop, right? So I can't. I'm not fooled by nobody's agenda. We're not teaching hate here, right? Like this brother on the screen, he's not a racist, right? Our white brother right here, he breaking down this replacement theory that they making up to pump all these fear into other nations to make us, to divide us, to hate one another. I'm not teaching hate, I'm teaching understanding. You have to understand the differences of the cultures of other nations and practices, and then also the strategic thing. That's like me going into India and going amongst the untouchables, right? In the caste system, who's been systemically oppressed and everything, and saying, you are just no good, and you're not smart, and you don't have the education, and you don't have the intellect, and this is your fault, and you just weak, and you need to pick yourself up by the boots and all this stuff, not knowing the systemic oppression that happened against those those Indians, right? Or what they call them, Hindus. I forgot what they call them. I'm sorry. They got all these labels, right? But those that did it to their own kind, right? They call them untouchable, right? We don't want you to touch them, right? So no, it's not foolishness. It's calling out the truth and understanding that there are systemic events that took place to put people in certain conditions around the world that they are in. Okay. That nations of people have come and conquered and massacred and slaughtered and stolen and engineered all of these things. All right. Thank you, Hakyama. Right. So yeah, so this is not, we don't teach racism. We're trying to teach understanding, because they're trying to start a racial war, and it's manipulated by those powers, those with those monetary powers. All right. All right. So let's continue with his statements. Let's let him, it's not a lot. Let's let him continue with what his beliefs were. All right. I agree with that. All right. So listen, hold on.
You're not sharing.
Oh, thank you.
significantly hindered from economic advancement.
This is a really important question. The data
Due to the laws under Jim Crow.
didn't earn it, just so we're clear.
Can we also acknowledge, due to the laws under Jim Crow, that Black people were significantly hindered from economic advancement?
This is a really important question. The data shows not really. Black Americans are poorer today in 2024 than they were in the 1950s. The disappearance of the Black father has been the #1 driver of Black poverty in this country. At least agree that Black dads not being around.
You see how you make statements like that? Black people are poorer today than they were in the 1950s, right? That's like me saying white people are poorer today than they were in the 1950s. It's like, why are you speaking on us and not your own? For that person who was here to say it's not. Why is Black people so in his mouth if he's not racist? It doesn't make any sense, right? So you sit up there, all the Black millionaires and billionaires today, but we less, right? It's like, well then, oh, so we the only people? Oh, so everybody else is doing better than they were in the 50s, and we the only people? Come on, let's keep it real, all right? Let's get
It's a bad thing.
Anyone's father not being around is
Black dads not being around is a bad thing. Of Black poverty in this country. At least agree that Black dads not being around is a bad thing.
anyone's father not being around is a bad.
Now you see that statement? He said, can we at least agree that Black dads not being around is a bad thing? And she said, anyone's dad's not being around. So why, see again, why you keep picking on Blacks? Why is it Black? So no white people got there's no single white mothers? Oh, so there's no single white mothers nowhere in this world, right? But why is he talking about Black? Do you get it? I'm sorry to that brother. This is a racial agenda specifically speaking on a certain group of people, all right? That it was done over and over again. And it usher in more false statistics, more bigotry, more thinking where the others will be like, yeah, that's right. Yeah, it's the Black people. Yeah. Just like they made when he got unalived, they started talking about Obama. The Megan, she's like, Obama. Well, we haven't been the same since Obama. What are you talking about? We don't even like Obama. The so-called, right? But it's to generalize and make rouse those whites who want to who don't want us to say anything about this man, right? And it's like they made him into like a Jesus, and it's like, I'm sorry, but Jesus didn't speak like this. Okay? So anyway, so now I think those are clips. But the sister said her answer was any child that doesn't grow up where they died. Why are you just singling out the Black? So you're trying to tell me a Hispanic that grows up with his father is not disadvantaged? A white that grows up with his father? An Asian? Whatever. I don't care. You can go Australian, whatever. But why is this Black? Because as I said, it's to instigate and arouse. Okay? And this was a script that was given. All right, let's continue.
Continuing onward, there's been a war on drugs. Is this correct?
I like the war on drugs. Blacks commit more crimes than whites do.
Somebody was gonna say something?
Yeah, you see, you just said this is a script that was given. That's the thing, right? When you're debating, you develop a script for the side that you stand on.
Right.
Right? And you just push it. The objective is not to hear if the counter argument is actually the truth. It's to prove that yours is to win.
To win.
That's it. Even if you don't believe it.
Right. Even if that's not your belief,
yes.
The goal is to win. It's an agenda.
Yeah, exactly. Right? Exactly.
It's an agenda. Right. I need to be victorious. I'm not here to resolute, to have understanding, to make reconciliation, to bridge, right? I'm here to win. You understand? So no matter what you say, I got to counter it. And it doesn't matter if it's fallacy, illogical, if I don't agree, it doesn't matter. I need to win. And that's the problem. All right, let's continue. Thank you.
Blacks commit more crimes than whites do. You really have to wonder, in fact, if we would have said 3 weeks ago, Blake,
If we would have said that Joy Reid and Michelle Obama and Sheila Jackson Lee and Ketanji Brown Jackson were affirmative action picks, we would have been called the racist. But now they're coming out and they're saying it for us. They're coming out and they're saying, I'm only here because of affirmative action. Yeah, we know. You do not have the brain processing power to otherwise be taken really seriously.
See? So is that not, come on, bro. Just keep it real. So those, I don't agree with no Tangi Jackson. That was the woman who was talking about there is no gender. Right? She don't know what a woman is. The other Joy Reid, that's these old, see, that's my point. But do they have intellect? Are they intelligent? Do you understand? They don't have the intelligence to be on the Supreme Court or to be in these positions. Come on, man. That's just racist because it's not factual. It doesn't make any logical sense on any type of scholarly realm or debation. If you was truly just trying to bring understanding, you would say, I don't agree. Like, I don't agree with Joy Reid. I don't agree with no Ketanji Brown. And I don't even know if Michelle Obama is a man or a woman. You understand? I'm lost. I don't agree with none of that, right? I don't see Michelle Obama do nothing really wicked. I haven't really followed her too much. I definitely don't like her husband. You understand? But I know that she is an intelligent man or woman, whatever she is. And I know Obama's very intelligent. And I know that Ketanji had to be intelligent to get where she is, whether it's dark intelligence or light intelligence. It's a high level of intellect, right? It's a high intelligent quotient. You understand? Or the Joy Reid lady or whatever. I know all of these are psyops for the other wings of the bird, right? But it's crazy that and then you want to say that's not racist, that make a statement like that, knowing that he knows that's not true. Okay? That's what I'm saying. It's to inflame. It's to antagonize. It's intentional to the brother who think we clipping it's a psyop. Yo, that's the psyop. What he's doing is the psyop. It's part of what he was doing was part of the psyop. He ain't the only one. Now, I think as I could have showed in the clip tonight, I'm sorry, I didn't grab it, part 7, where I think I show a little, yeah, I show tonight where he comes out of it. Where he started to take back some of the things he said against these other nations of people. And I don't know what happened after that. All right, so let's continue. Super duper division. Shout out super duper vision. Respect to you as well. All right, we're just trying to bring order, right? All right, let's continue.
If I'm dealing with somebody in customer service who's a moronic black woman, I wonder, is she there because of her excellence, or is she there because of affirmative action? It almost creates thought patterns that are not necessarily, no one really cares when it's HR managers. No one cared when it was, just kind of paper shufflers or even engineers. But now when it's like, wait, hold on a second. You're going to remove my appendix and you're a black lesbian. I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I believe. What do? I get charity every single year. I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have the Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights.
Right? So again, I showed that last clip. Now this is the last of his clips. We're going to go to the real stuff, right? Not this real stuff, but we're going to go to the new fruit. But he made this statement. He said he thinks it's whatever he said, to have a few gun deaths. People die by gunshot every year, right? So for that person, this ain't no clip taken out. This ain't no psyop. This is what he was teaching. I don't know if he really believed that or not, right? I would hope not, because he has children, right? I would hope he really don't believe that, but what you teach is what you live. Meaning, if let's say if I didn't believe, I can't teach something, but on my real life outside of what I'm doing on media and stuff, then I'm held accountable for what I'm teaching, because that's what I'm projecting out to others, right? So what he say? Listen.
Every single year. I think it's worth it. I think it's worth to have a cost of, unfortunately, some gun deaths every single year so that we can have.
He think it's worth to have the cost of, unfortunately, some people being unalive by the gun every year so we can have the Second Amendment right.
The Second Amendment to protect our other God-given rights. That is a prudent deal. It is rational.
He said that's a prudent deal. It's prudent and rational for us to have some people unalive by gun every year so we can keep the second. Honestly, that's really not, that's a really dangerous statement. You know why? Because let me explain how that's so not factually true. So I just showed it, right? And then there was a vice president. The vice president allegedly, I got the clip, said the same thing. And Vice President Vance said, and I quote, children's death, let me not quote it verbatim, allegedly, because I need the clip. I don't even want to do that without having a clip. I'll find a clip. But allegedly, Vice President Vance said, children's deaths are necessary reality to retaining the Second Amendment. Now, you just heard Charlie say that, unfortunately, people being unalive by gun is a prudent, necessary thing for us to keep the Second Amendment. See, this is that teaching that they're trying to brainwash us with, right? And people who don't have the intellect will be like, okay, well, that makes sense. In order to keep the amendment, we got to have a few gun deaths, people shooting people, right? But if you go to a country called Switzerland, right? Right now in Switzerland, they have no mass shootings. And in Switzerland, it's legal to have arms, okay? So right now, with those statements, there is a country where it's legal to have arms, but there are no mass shootings. You know what the difference? It's civility. They have created over there a functional society that actually values its citizens, not the bottom line or the meaningless, divisive language that takes advantage of marginalized people and bring justification and manufacturing of anger. You see, they're not marginalizing the media to enrage. They're not playing the game on their citizens. So they don't have mass shootings, but they have the right to bear arms. So this is a wrong statement. Okay, it's wrong. But this is what they teach.
Clinton in the 1990s, it was all about empathy and sympathy. I can't stand the word empathy, actually. I think empathy is a made-up New Age term that does a lot of damage.
All right, so I just want to do those little crits really quick to show, what he believed in. He said empathy is a made-up term by some New Age. He don't believe in empathy. That's crazy, but whatever. So now, where I'm going to go to, let me go here first, because all they talk about, right? Let me do this one first. They talk about black on black, right? Black on black crime, black people doing this, black people doing that, right? It's just, we are a hot mess, honestly. It's just, it's crazy, right? So everything is about, what we doing, black this, black that, right? So now I'm going to show you, are there any other instances of crime, right? Are we the only ones? But why, when it's us, it's reported a way to make us look like savages, right? When people get anger, and of all nations, copyright disclaimers are in effect for reactionary purposes, educational reactionary purposes only. Share this tab instead. Come back, make it full screen. Here we go.
I want you guys to take a look at this video and tell me what you think. And I'm going to have to turn the volume down because they're playing, oh, we're halfway there. You're living on a... That's what they're playing, but watch this video.
So what you're seeing on the screen is some little bit of white
that
on
guy
white.
hits a woman.
Hold on. A little bit of white on white crime, right? But the news will never show you this. First of all, not only is this white on white fighting and crime, but they're elderly. So anger and emotion can affect any group or nationality of people or age, right? It's not, right? And they're at Cincinnati Bengals, right? They got all their orange on, right? And they going at it, okay? But the media will never show you this. They'll never promote this, right? But this is somebody, right? This is a problem. America, we have a problem, right? This is the crazy thing.
And I'm going to have to turn the volume down because
so what? Hold on, I don't want him to sing again, right?
That's what they're playing. But watch this video.
So look at him, punch, right? Watch this. He punches a lady in the face.
Oh, that guy hits a woman. Did you see that?
Hold on.
He hits a woman. Why is nobody breaking it up, right? He goes.
I'm going to put it back.
I mean, those guys are out.
Watch this. He punches the woman in the face. Yeah, he did. Watch this. I'm going to show it. Watch this. One. That's her right here. Watch. What?
Oh, that
Bang.
guy hits a woman.
Y'all see it? He punched her in the chin. It was a light punch. I'm glad they elderly. Right? He had no power behind that punch. Right? They threw him back in. You see it, right? They punched him
that
back.
guy hits a woman. Did you see that? He hits a woman. Why is nobody breaking it up, right? He goes. I mean, those guys are out of control. One guy's biting the other. Look. And everybody has on Joe Burrow shirts.
Now, we don't promote none of this, but this is reality. Right? He biting the other one. These guys are out of control. Right? But you'll never say the media, you'll never hear the media call them savages and they're wilding and these are just, the whites are out of control and right? But this is what they'll promote if they were black. You see, guys? This is the manufacture of media. We don't promote none of this nowhere, but this is what's happening. You understand? It's for real. All right, let's continue.
And everybody has on Joe Burrow shirts. I mean, those guys are completely out of control. Where is the National Guard? Where is the increased police presence? Let's watch it one more time, just in case.
Now, look, back there's a black woman, and she works security for the stadium, and she's trying to break it up. Yeah, she's actually trying to break it up. But they're like, listen, get out of here. We got some business to take care of. They mad at one another. It's because somebody said something about the quarterback of the Bengals did something and something, right? It's crazy, right?
You didn't see what I saw. Okay, there you go. There's a woman involved. This guy pulls somebody, and then a woman gets sucker punched. You see that woman get sucker punched right there. And then there you got, he's holding on to that beer for dear life. That guy gets up, he wants a little more. Ah, man, this is your brightest and best right here. This is the progenitors of civilization at an all-out brawl. And it's even better if you can hear the music. But there you see those guys, the only civilized person in that scene was the black security guard, trying to keep all of those wild Caucasians under control. They obviously are from single-parent homes. They have, low socioeconomic educational status. They just need to be blocked away. These violent criminals here on the streets, well, black people are just trying to do their job, and they're putting her in harm. But the whole public safety, we need more surveillance at these public events where these white people are drunk, they're out of control. They're inciting a riot and putting the whole national security at a disadvantage. I don't know who I'm waiting for the DA and the Ohio Bureau of Investigation to
Now, see, this is called sarcasm, but it's for real. He said they are from single parent homes, right? And that's what, see, that's the point to the brother who was saying that that other person who they unalive is not racist. See, he's just being sarcastic. It's racist to now take all that and call them savages, and they, what they call them, a bunch of marauding gang of savage, right? All this stuff, right? So he's doing the commentary like this is what they would have said if they were black doing this.
I'm waiting for the DA and the Ohio Bureau of Investigation to give the details of the intricacies of their investigation. We have all of them on tape, so I'm pretty sure all of them will be showing up in court with $200,000 and $300,000 bonds, and I'm sure that they will have a national press conference condemning this violence that has no place in American society.
You see what he's doing? He said now they're going to show up. I'm sure they're going to go to court. They're going to have $300,000 bails and bonds, right? We will not stand for this in America. This is not what America said, right? He's being sarcastic because nothing happened. There's nothing to see here. You understand? They're able to go right on home and continue as nothing happened, right? Yeah, they got home safely. They got home and,
When people are just trying American society, when people are just, that has no place in American society, condemning this violence that has no place in American society. When people are just trying to go have a nice time, women and children are out there trying to watch the game. What kind of example is this setting for the upstanding members of our society? I mean, these criminals, these thugs, they shouldn't even be out on the streets. Pretty sure that many of them have long, extensive records, but they were probably not prosecuted, or they probably knew the judge, or something like that. But this happened this week, and we have not heard anything about it. There's no national coverage. There's no national outrage. So I need you guys to share this video on all of the platforms that you can to show the unruliness of these individuals, hitting women, drunk in public, all out brawl, disobeying commands, not complying with the security. I mean, where were all the police at? We fought the police of Cincinnati right now for allowing this violence to be permeated through our city.
Exactly. All right. So exactly. That's what I'm like, let's just get it's a laughter, but it's actually so true. This is another clip. And this is what I want y'all to see. They want us to be mad. They want to create a division, a race war, right? They want us to be mad at white people and white people to be mad at us. And they want to generalize and make us think that all black people are one way and all white people are one way. It's not true. This next clip, copyright disclaimers, are white people who are racist, but you have other white people who are not okay with their racism. Listen clearly, other white people that are not racist, that are against them. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. Let me grab it. They are riding around in U-Haul trucks. Listen clearly. Every black person, be very careful out there. Shout out to the righteous white brothers and sisters who stand for righteousness for all nations of people, regardless of skin color. Shout out to the righteous white brothers and sisters. Okay? Now, tonight I'm going to teach y'all about one that they don't teach y'all about. They erased him from history. Oh, yeah, a white brother who stood for truth, and they erased him out of history. You heard? Now, this, for all the black people in America, you need to be very careful right now. You should always, but it's even worse now. Okay? So this, they're riding around in U-Hauls doing this. This is white people against this and blacks against this together.
This is everyone in there. Y'all are sad. You are hurt, devastated people.
All right, so what you're seeing is, you're seeing these, I guess, I don't know what they call themselves, right? They got their GoPros. He got a press jacket on. They got their heads covered. They got the police there protecting them. And they're in a U-Haul truck. Do you see? In a U-Haul truck. Yasha said, they said white power while dressed in all black. That is just diabolical right there within itself. That's actually really diabolical, right? That's a funny statement that someone should have said. Well, why are you dressed in all black? If it's white power, you should be in all white. Right? That makes no sense at all. Right? That's super diabolical right there. Right? They all black hoodie, black boots, all black everything. All black hoodie, all black boots, and you might as well just start rapping. They got all black Air Force Ones talking about white power. Make that make sense, right? Yasha, good eye on. Good eye. All right. So anyway, yeah, black and red, that's a set of bloods. They might as well throw up that white power blood sign. See, and now it all fits, right? That's why I said that ain't that a blood sign? But they got on black and red. That's a blood set. So anyway, let's continue. Let's continue. Now, these are white people, and this is in New Hampshire, and they ride around through the country in U-Haul trucks. This is some Now, this is what I want you to understand to black people and to anybody melanated. Okay. Oh, yeah. I'm about to go there in a second. Yeah. Now I'm going down the line. A wake-up call is coming to everybody with melanin. These other nations of people, even those who, what they call them, immigrants who come over, and I'm not black, I'm this, I'm brown. I'm sorry. I'm not trying to make jokes. I'm just being real. I'm brown, right? I'm beige or whatever, right? I'm this, I'm that, right? Oh, when it goes down, let me explain. If this truck, this is how dangerous this is. Now let me get serious. If you're at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning and you getting off work and you don't got a car, and you might have missed the last bus. And to walk to your house from your dollar store or where you work at or whatever, your Walmart, it might be a mile, half a mile. And so you walk in with your little Walmart thing on, you carrying your thing. You might be talking on your phone to your girlfriend or something. You could be young or old. You don't gotta be what they call in black, us, black, right? You can be brown, people want to be brown, and all of a sudden it makes no sense at all because I guess I'm not brown. I'm whatever. Racist is stupid. But anyway, let me get back to make my point. This is happening now. Imagine a U-Haul truck go past you. You wouldn't even look at it twice. You would just be walking and talking on your phone. Do you understand? And then it pulls around the corner and you're walking up. You didn't even pay attention to this U-Haul truck. And all of these supremacists jumped out. And when you walked up to that block, they always turned the corner on you. All of them. You see their hoodies? See what they got on? See, when they do this at 3 o'clock in the morning, they don't got these cameras. This is why I'm telling everybody black and everybody melanated, you need to be careful. Feast the trumpets, blow the shofar. The Most High said, warn my children, warn his children, not just black, warn any righteous children, because a remnant of every nation, kindred, and tongue and people will stand before the Messiah, clothed in white robes. This is Bible. Warn the righteous children. But I have to give a special warning to the melanated children of the world, because this is an agenda is out to destroy you. Now they really after the tribe, the line of the children of the Bible of Yasharal. So the other people with melanation, you just melanated by you just getting it by proxy. So as much as you want it to be divided from us, don't try. It's gonna be too late. Don't even try to come to the cookout now. When you get your wake up call, right? So now listen clearly. This is how dangerous this is. This is in broad daylight, and they're trying to recruit young whites to join their hate group. But what do you think they're doing when they're riding around in these U-Hauls late at night and they're on the hunt for black people? This is what they've done when that video of the brother Charlie, when he said blacks had it better in the 40s. They didn't have to hide in the U-Haul truck in the 40s. You heard? They was they were just coming. So listen. So I want the seriousness of this video. Okay? The seriousness. All right. Now, again, these are white people going out against this as well. This is Concord, New Hampshire, August 2nd, 2025. All right? And they're telling them, we don't want this hate that you in our community, because they're going with these trucks into the communities in the daytime trying to recruit other whites into their organization, right? But listen clearly, at night, what do you think they're riding around doing? See, this is the realness. All right, let's continue. I'm gonna just let it play.
This is power. Everyone in that. Y'all are signs. You are hurt, devastated people. This is power.
The white woman said, y'all are sad. She said, y'all are hurt, devastated people. Yeah, remind me of the Israelites. Yeah, do. The camps. So the Kalalaya, the completion, the other side of the spectrum. Teaching black power, hate, division. The Most High said if they were the natural branch, then they were supposed to be called to lower themselves, to receive the other nation and bring them to righteousness to the Father. All right. Yeah, police protection while spewing hate is insane. That's crazy. All right? That's craziness. If blacks gather together, they'd be like, break this up. Break this, all right? Well, they do they do. They let, what's their name? ISU, what's the little cop, the detective dude? ISUP, not IS, what's it, Nathaniel, with the purple and the gold. They let them, yeah, they do. They let them go with that hate. Yes, they do. All right, so we have to keep it real. That's why I tell people, this ain't no one-sided. We call out, thank you, Villa, ISUPK. No, not them. IUIC, thank you, Abriya, that. IUIC, I see IUIC, I think. Yeah, Israel United in Serapis Christos. Israel United in Christ, but they supposed to be Hebrews. It's craziness. It's just wicked. And shout out to the righteous police. No disrespect to no police, but he's a cop. The Nathaniel, he worth probably now $30 million. Okay, yeah, IUIC. That's the one I'm talking about. Yeah, they let them teach their hate. Yeah, they do. So keep it real. All right. So anyway, but I want y'all. But as far as I know so far, I've never heard or seen IUIC go out and try to harm. I have to keep balance too. Now they teaching hate out of their mouth, which is just as bad, because both of them, but I've never seen them go out and try to physically harm like these groups do. All right, and have been doing. All right, so anyway, let's continue. We are not part of none of that Hebrew Israelite hate group stuff that they're gonna label terrorist organizations later. This Mashiach in the house of Yah, children of Most High, we don't affiliate with none of them. We don't teach no separatism, no hate, no favoritism, none of that. We are servants of the Most High, and we come to receive anybody from any nation, kindred, tongue, people, and we are leading them to the righteousness of the Most High, creator of all things, and our Bible, our holy manuscript, to be righteous children, people on the earth, and love their neighbor as they love themselves. That part. All right, now let's continue. So the white people are not with it in this clip.
This is power.
Everyone in that.
Y'all are sad. You are hurt, devastated people. This is power.
I like what she said. She said, y'all are sad. You are hurt, devastated people.
This is what power looks like. How does a friendly people of color? That is what power is.
So the people in this community are saying they are against this racism that this group is saying. So he put the can down and he said, we are about people of color. He like, this can has color. He should have told them your shirt got color, your pants are black, your boots are black. All right. Yeah, they got a black cop there too. You know they do. Right. So anyway, so I just want to show that the citizens that they're in front of are not okay with this.
The Aryan nation has never existed and never will exist. Y'all traded what agriculture and ethnicity and background you came from.
America,
for power.
1790
That's what you did.
Declared America. Dude, shut up. We don't want to hear.
What she said? She said, y'all treated, one of them said, go away, you F-heads. They want them to leave their community.
Dude, shut up. We don't want to hear about your fucking bullshit.
Oh, it's more of them. So we can only see them right here. There's it's probably a bunch of them somewhere else. Hold on. So she said something. Let me hear what she said.
That's what you did.
Declared America. Dude, shut up. We don't want to hear about your.
Hold on, let me go back.
Y'all traded what agriculture and ethnicity and background you came from.
America,
for power.
1790
That's what you did.
She said y'all traded the agriculture, ethnicity, and background you came from for power. Let me see.
But agriculture and ethnicity and
Aryan nation has never existed and never will exist.
y'all traded what agriculture and ethnicity and background you came from.
America,
for power.
1790
That's what you did.
Declared America.
Shout out to that white woman. She said, that's what you did. She trying to give them understanding. She said, y'all are just hurt and destroyed in their spirit. Wow.
Dude, shut up. We don't want to hear about your fucking bullshit.
Y'all are hurting. You are hurting inside.
She said it again. Y'all are hurting. You are hurting inside.
Yeah, you're not welcome in this community. Get the fuck out of here. That's it.
You are sad and scared.
Better be fucking fast, dude.
Pardon the curses. I forgot I didn't have time to take out the curses. But yeah, that voice of the other little dude was but they said Hail Hitler, right?
Go home! That's not legal. They can just fucking get into a fucking thing and ride off into the sunset.
So you see what the brother said, the white brother? He said, that's not legal. So they just get to plow back into this U-Haul and just ride off into the sunset by trying to teach all this hate, right? Now this is crazy because this, what I'm trying to, especially the black people and melanated people, you need to stay alert, bro, because I wouldn't even look at this U-Haul truck twice. Whenever you see a U-Haul truck, you think it's somebody moving, right? You might look at a truck, a SUV. You might look at a F1. You might look at, a car, right? Because I'm on swivel. But the U-Haul, I'll probably just look and then look past it. Not no more, I won't. Not no more, I won't. From now on, praise the Most High, right? For showing us stuff. Praise the Most High for exposing, blowing the shofar and warning us. I'm looking at every closed butt truck, now vans, we know we used to look out because, you used to have those cycles and vans when they abduct people. But a U-Haul truck? Imagine a big one. They got those big 50-footers, and it could be 500 of them get out of that thing. Oh, man, bro. 1 o'clock at night, 12 o'clock at night or something, they get out of there. And, they're going to get out at night with guns, and they're trained. You understand? They're going to get out with. This is how people go missing. We're probably learning one of the devices tonight, how a lot of people go missing. Right under people's noses. So now, the white brother said, so now they can just pack themselves back up in his truck and just ride off into the sunset? This is not right. This should be illegal.
That's not legal. They can just fucking get into a fucking thing and ride off into the sunset.
Oh, so it's more of them. So they must got more than one truck. So they're getting together in this truck, but you still hear the other crowd still over there. It sound like the ISUPK, right? This is crazy. Praise the Most High. Yah's going to always take care of his children, guys. Because I didn't know none of this was going on. You understand? And this is in the daylight. Imagine when sundown. Oh, my melanated brothers and sisters. Children of the Most High. And shout out to the righteous white brothers and sisters who care about what's happening. All right? All right, let's continue. Let's let this play out.
It's not legal. They can just fucking get into a fucking thing and ride off into the sunset. And you're going to let them do it. I get it. You don't want to deal with it, but that is not legit. It is, totally. They're not allowed to do that. And they're not going to fucking do it. I know. Then don't stop us locking it. I'd rather them go to jail. I get that they can't do it on that principle, but they can do it on this.
So he wants the cops to do something. So the cop said, would you rather them stay here? He said, I'd rather them go to jail. Right? Because what they're teaching hate. So I'm playing it because I want y'all to see these are also white brothers and sisters. But the media is going to try to make a racial war and make us hate all white, make whites hate all black. And this is the psyop. That's the psyop. So that brother who came here early talking about Charlie Kirk, talking about we feeding the psyop. No, that was the psyop. You understand? R.I.P. to that brother and condolences to his family. But that was the psyop. Candace Owens is part of the psyop too. Yes, she is. Now she calls out stuff and all that, but you can't play two sides of the you can't play both sides. You got to pick a side. You understand? Now, does she have the right to be able to say later she made a mistake? Yes. Like Martin Luther King did, right? At the end. He was like, I messed up. I marched my children into a burning building. Then he started to go after reparations and they unalived him right fast. You understand? So again, yes, please put a like up so we can get past the shadow ban. Please like this video, children. We just getting started. Okay? Malachi said, did they just kidnap themselves? But now, see, it would be funny, but it's too dark, Malachi. You know why? Because as much as I want to laugh at this, when it's 12 o'clock at night and this U-Haul is riding around, what's happening to men, women, and children is not funny. It's bad, bro. All these missing people and stuff, This is crazy. And the fact that they can use a commercial vehicle, right? Shout out to Sister Christina. The fact that they can use a commercial vehicle is a whole nother level. Where is the laws at? So you can tell me you can use a commercial vehicle to ride around and spew hate? That's crazy. All right, so let's continue. Y'all be careful out there, children. Y'all be careful. Y'all be careful. And to the so-called white brothers and sisters and any nation of people with no melanin, look out for your melanated brothers and sisters, your neighbor. Love your neighbors, you love yourself. If you got an unrighteous neighbor, I don't care if he's black, white, green, or purple. If he's a black igger, then watch out for him. If he's a white igger, watch out for him. If it's a Hispanic igger, watch out for him. If it's I don't care, whatever, in a native Mongoloid, Indian igger, watch out for him. Asian igger, watch out for whatever it is. But love your neighbors, you love yourself, mean understand your neighbors, understand who's around you, understand the different cultural practices. You understand? Have tolerance. I have a Haitian to my right. I have a Hispanic to my left. Across, I'm not sure what he is. I think he's Hispanic. That's Hispanic. I live a lot of Hispanic. I'm not sure. It's probably a white somewhere. Well, this neighborhood is big, but on my immediate, it's probably one of these houses are white, but mostly her Hispanic. And I'm what you would call so-called black. And then the next door is they're Haitian, right? And so I have to have tolerances for the Spanish culture customs, the Haitian culture customs. They don't really have to have tolerance for me because I don't really do much. I don't go out. I'm not like I don't got my family coming over and we turning up and having cookout. But sometimes the Spanish when they dun 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 dun, right, right. Then the Haitians, they got their thing, So again, it's having understanding for the difference of the cultures, and everyone is supposed to have respect for one another and not go too far, right? Have respect and understand, okay, you've been celebrating, now it's getting later, the music is kind of loud. Have the people respect my neighbors, respect their culture. You understand? So that's what we're called to do. That's what love your neighbor means. Understand your neighbor, have temperance, have empathy, compassion, understanding, and respect, reverence. You understand? All right. Now, let's continue.
They can do it on this. I know. So why can't we break the fucking law to stand up against it? Fucking great. Okay. We do something, we fucking go to jail. They fucking show up as a bunch of fucking Nazis and they get to ride off.
Pardon the curses. So now they rode off to go to another neighborhood to try to recruit. But what are they doing at night? So to the other nations of people out there who like to say they ain't black, right? You need to be very careful because your little melanated self that they divided you to make you, they made everybody be against the so-called black American, right? Let me explain. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. Wake up call.
Amazing. Being 50 yards away from a triple homicide. That's never happened to me.
It leaves you kind of speechless, and how something in a New York minute changed everything.
Well, we are learning new details about a triple homicide that left Mount Washington neighbors shocked over the holiday weekend. Police confirmed the gunman attempted to commit after the shooting. He remains in critical condition at UC Medical Center. Our Brenda Ordonez has the latest.
We're here at Good Samaritan Hospital. Tri-Health has confirmed 2 of the female victims worked here. Employees at a Sunoco gas station on the west side also confirmed the male victim recently worked there while attending IT classes. Now, how it is these victims knew each other and their relationship with the shooter, as well as a motive, that's still unclear. One neighbor, though, tells me a chilling encounter he had with the suspect moments before that shooting makes him believe it was premeditated.
He parked his car right there in front of our place and got out and circled.
So this witness is saying that this was a triple homicide. This murder killed 2 women and a man, young 21-year-olds, 20, 21, 22. And this neighbor is saying that the person who unalived them pulled up his car, I think he said in front of his house. Now listen to his description.
For that shooting makes him believe it was premeditated.
He parked his car right there in front of our place and got out and circled the apartment building and kept looking for something, and then got in his car, drove away.
Doug Matthews says he saw the alleged gunman do that 2 more times Sunday afternoon.
Now listen what he said. He saw the man pull up in front by his house, get out the car, walk around, circle the block 2 times. Now he watching him, right? Get back in his car and go away. Then he came back again and did it 2 more times. Now everybody, listen clearly. He didn't call the cops. Notice it was a young white man. Imagine if a young black man pulled his car up, got out, walked around, did all that stuff he said. The cops would have been there within 5 minutes. All right? And now listen to what he's going to say. Listen clearly. Neighbor claims he spoke with the alleged gunman moments before the triple homicide. All right? Now listen what he said again.
Got in his car, drove away.
So he did that, circled the block, got in his car and drove away.
Looking for something. And
He said he was looking for something. I don't know what he's looking for, but it's okay. He can do that, right?
and got in his car, drove away.
Doug Matthews says he saw the alleged gunman do that 2 more times Sunday afternoon.
So he came back 2 more separate times, parked his car, did the same thing, walk around. But to him, it's nothing to see here. Right? It's nothing to see here. It just, I don't know what he's doing. He has the right to do that, right? Listen.
I went over and asked him, was he okay?
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. He finally went over and asked him, are you okay? Are you looking for something? Right? It took 3 times, right? I can see the first time, honestly, the first time you like, okay, well, all right. Then he come back and do it again. That second time, excuse me. Are you you looking for somebody? I know the people in this neighborhood. Who you looking for? But he 3 times, right? So, okay. So now let's see what he did. He said he questioned him.
Times Sunday afternoon.
I went over and asked him, was he okay? And he said yes, he was. Well, I mean, he was not unfriendly. My dog went up to him and he played with the dog for a second.
He said, I asked him, was he okay? And he was not unfriendly. He was a friendly gentleman, right? My dog went up and played with him. Listen.
Unfriendly. My dog went up to him and he played with the dog for a second. And I said, well, you got a friend for life. And he said, no, maybe for a minute. And then he said, you can go now.
Woo. Hold on. Let me break it down. Shout out to everybody new. Thank you, Malakaya. We finally reached 100 on the live stream. That's the first. They let us get through the shadow band and reach 100. Praise the Most High. We should be 1,000. But anyway. All right. So now listen. Shout out to anybody new who just found us for the first time. All right. Now listen clearly. Did y'all hear what he just said? He said, he played with the dog, his dog, and he said that you finally have you got a friend for life. He told the young man who was circling the block from the dog, because the dog was probably wagging. He said no, maybe temporary. Let me explain. The young man, I think he unalived himself too. Yeah, this is a young white man. This is news they're not showing you. Okay? All right? All right? No, Kobe, you're crazy. This ain't no cult, nothing. We just showing the news, and we're warning white people, black people, Asian people to love one another and watch out for the crazies like you. Okay? For the crazies like you, or the idiot juices like you. All right? Exactly. We don't believe. We're saying Candace Owens is part of the system and she's bought. But again, you ain't sitting down to watch. You ain't even see. These are people who call themselves wise, but they're fools. He have no idea he's reading a book by its cover. He see the thumbnail and he's triggered. He has no idea that we're speaking out against Candace Owens too. See, it's like the other person that came and saw something on the thumbnail. They be like, y'all probably love Obama. We don't like Obama either. So sit down, Kobe, and maybe you can learn something. Or maybe you're one of these fascist, racist people who just hate people who ain't your color of skin. All right? I don't judge people by the color of skin. I judge them by your character. So you and Pookie and them, all you ignorant, if you're white ignorant, black ignorant, whatever, goodbye. Go find you some racist channel to teach hate against nation of people, while the wealthy aristocrats, while the wealthy serpent seed divides you all. All right? Now, we're teaching truth to power. We're teaching for every nation of people to understand the division from the media that's trying to divide people by skin color and divide people, right? While they manufacture the hate, trying to make a civil war in America. So yeah, Kobe, you take Rakisha and Ray with you, all right, and beat it. These people who judge a book by a cover are the most foolish of them all, right? They come in like, oh, y'all, I hate her. We don't like Candace is this. I'm like, idiot juice, if you watch the video, you can see that we're speaking out against her too. She's part of the same bird, right? Bought from the system as well, okay? Same thing as your new savior. If you want to make that dude a white savior. Sorry. Not sorry. All right. Now, listen clearly to what happened here. All right? In this news instance. The young white man, this elder white man, he asked him, can we help you? The dog rolled up to him. He said, you got a friend for life. But the young man said, not long. So the young man knew that he was about to do a triple homicide, and he knew he was going to unalive himself. This is how dangerous this is. It doesn't matter. But if you do have melanated skin, you need to be on extra alert, because people like that Kobe brothers being programmed to hate you just because of your color of your skin. Right? You see, he didn't even take the time to see what we really think and I got plenty of my white brothers and sisters here with me right now in this ministry who are my brothers and sisters. And I don't hate you. I will hate if you ignorant, if you racist against anybody, if you a devil, then I'm against what you stand for. But my job even then will be try to bring some truth of the Most High, some light into you so that you can heal from your trauma or your ignorance or whatever it is. But if you just wicked and evil and serpent, then be as it may. Because the righteous, we're going to be victorious against the unrighteous no matter what. And you could think it's color skin all you want. It ain't. It's spirit. You heard? Because I'm only a spirit animating this physical body. So you can be jealous of this physical body all you want, or envious or whatever. I don't know what it is. If you want, you could take my shoes. Because you probably have a better opportunity in this sucking dog world. But anyway, let's continue. Less distractions. Yeah, so sometime, guys, it'll reach up to 100 because Malachi said he's seen it. Then it'll go back down. So it'll probably show me on my overall back office that it finally reached 100. I think the highest we got before was 98. So far, it should be thousands, but whatever. All right, so anyway, let's continue. And I'm not going to worry about the trolls. They're probably going to come tonight because it'll distract. I got a lot to bring out, right? And I got a righteous white brother that I'm going to bring out. A very powerful, that most of y'all don't know about this, a very powerful thing. A white brother who they erased from history. They actually erased this man's legacy from history. And he's one of the strongest white brothers that I've ever heard story. And I'm going to show it tonight. All right? Just to bring the balance. Okay? All right, let's continue.
You got a friend for life. Dog went up to him and he said yes. He was, well, I mean, he was not unfriendly. My dog went up to him and he played with the dog for a second. And I said, well, you got a friend for life. And he said, no, maybe for a minute. And then he said, you can go now.
And then he said, you can go now. Peace to Bilal over there on Facebook. Now, what this elderly white man right here don't realize, he just cheated. Well, not cheated. He could have been unalived. So when that young man said, you can go now, he was actually telling him, I'm going to let you live. So when he said to him that because you rubbed the dog, you got a friend for life, he said, no, well, maybe for a minute. Because that man already knew, that young white boy already knew in his mind, he's not going to be alive long. He's about to commit this act and he's not going to be here. So when he told him, you can go now, and that's why I'm telling, I don't care what color skin you are. You have to be very careful and see the spirit behind people. That's why you need to treat everybody respectfully and kindly. You understand? Everybody. The Bible speaks of that. If someone is rude and obnoxious to you, then just walk away from them. You understand? Don't let people trigger you. Don't let them pull you out of your righteousness. He was on a mission, Laria. And his on a mission was to unalive his focus and then unalive himself. And he told that white man and his dog, you can go now. Woo, that statement right there. All right, now let's continue with the story.
And I said, well, you got a friend for life. And he said, no, maybe for a minute. And then he said, you can go now.
Minutes later, gunfire erupted from that same apartment building on Beacon Street in Mount Washington.
I hear this, pop, pop, pop. And I'm like, oh, that's weird.
Brad Lark and his girlfriend Lisa live across the street from the scene. Brad says after the initial shots, he heard muffled arguments.
It was like a parent yelling at their child in the backyard 3 yards over. It was like,
Brad says the argument was followed by more gunfire. Police confirmed 2 women ages 20 and 22 and a 27-year-old man were killed in the shooting. We're told the women are related, but it's not clear how just yet. Officials say the gunman then turned the gun and is still in the hospital.
We were totally blown away because nothing like that happens around here.
Nathan Wells and his family live across the street from the crime scene that was taped off for hours.
Still a lot of confusion as to any kind of motive or why anything happened.
2 of the victims worked at Tri-Health. A statement from the hospital read in part, the Tri-Health family is devastated by the tragic passing of 2 cherished Good Samaritan hospital team members. Their dedication and spirit touched everyone who worked alongside them.
A lot of sadness that the lives that were lost, they were all young, and that it happened right while I was watching. It's incredibly.
Now, my thing that I'm wondering, should you have not called the police on him 3 different times? He parked the car, circled the block, looking like you didn't feel no energy, right? It's like now he just went right in the same building, that neighborhood, unalive 3 people, your neighbors. And so everybody, y'all gotta pay attention, because the media stuff they're promoting in the division, right, that they're promoting between people and the trauma they're instilling from the media, your sense and heightened sense of awareness and discernment has to be on 1,000 now. Don't just start to read people's energy. Less is more. Just don't feel so safe. Like everything there, I just showed you the thing. They got a U-Haul truck they run. Like, it's so much hate and stuff brewing in people. All right? And you have to discern. Don't get into arguments. Don't get into disputes. Less is more. Just show everybody kindness, respect. Say thank you, no thank you. If you can help somebody, help them. If you can, right? If you see somebody might be looking like they might be looking a little down, looking a little, say something that could cheer them up or something. Because you don't know what people are dealing with. Some people are on the edge, bro. Some people, now these were all students. The man was going to be a doctor and his two sisters, and they all went to a tech school together. So the young brother who unalived them, they all went to school together. So something happened. Okay, something happened in it. Something happened in that school, and so those three people don't realize maybe they. Maybe they, I don't know, offended him or something. It's just the scripture says, the Bible says, I hate, because, they've made the Bible like it's some religious book, but it's a book of instructions and it got tools in it. And it tells you how to treat others and conduct yourself. And with that, you are more safe in this world. It's safer to treat each other's people with kindness and respect. And if someone has antagonism, don't even just, just move on. And when you have that posture, 9 times out of 10, the Most High will cover you with a spiritual covering and armor, because you're trying to be righteous in this dark world. You have to make it, therefore put on the whole armor of the Most High. That's what I'm talking about, Stephen. You have to be covered in the righteousness of loving your neighbor as you love yourself. I don't care if you call them what you call them, God, Yah, Jesus, the Messiah, Mashiach, whatever. Do what the Bible says. Live it. It's to protect us. I didn't know it before. I wasn't in no Bible stuff. You know what I mean? But now I got a second chance in my life, and I understand my protection is the righteousness of the Most High, being in his likeness and his image, and how I treat others. And then there's a supernatural covering over you. Facts, bro. All right. Let's continue.
Incredibly were lost. They were all young, and that it happened right while I was watching. It's incredibly, I don't know. I don't have a word to describe how awful it was. Nothing does it justice.
Earlier today, police confirmed that gunman is still in critical condition at UC Medical Center. Again, a motive for this incident is still under investigation. In Clifton, with photojournalist Savannah Tyree, Brenda Ordonez, Fox 19 Now.
Brenda, thank you. That shooting was just the first of 3 shootings to happen in the greater Cincinnati area in a span of just 12.
The man police say killed 3 people, then turning the gun on himself, has now died as well. Thanks for joining us here at 4 o'clock. I'm Cherie Palello.
And I'm Ashley Kirkland. This tragedy happened over the weekend in Mount Washington. WLWT News 5 anchor Chris Jacobs joins us as police reveal more on this murder.
Yeah, they're revealing more, and still so many unanswered questions here. That suspect being identified today is 26-year-old Samuel Erickson. Police telling us he died after shooting. Now, Erickson is accused of shooting and killing 3 people. They've been identified as 20-year-old Phevan Adugna, 22-year-old Eden Adugna, and 27-year-old Bimnet Doris. This all happened Saturday in Mount Washington on Beacon Street. When police got to the scene, Doris and one of the women had already died. The other woman, along with Erickson, were taken to the hospital where they both later died. We're told Phevan and Eden were sisters who both worked as pharmacy technicians for Good Sam Hospital. Both of them were studying medicine and were nearly done with med school at UC. Bimnet had just graduated from UC and received a new job. Now, police have not released any other information about a potential motive. We will keep you updated as we learn more. Chris Jacobs, WLWT News 5.
Some of the people I talked to were shaking. I was very shaken up also when I heard. I had to sit down for a while before I even told my wife, because it's impossible.
Continue our coverage of the triple homicide in Mount Washington over the holiday weekend. Police say a gunman shot and killed 3 people at an apartment building before turning the gun on. Officers confirmed the gunman was still in critical condition yesterday. Brenda Ordonez joins us live with more.
Trisha, yeah, we're right now outside of the Ethiopian Orthodox Church here on Marlowe Avenue in College Hill. This is where friends, family, and community members have been gathering ever since that incident to pray and offer their support for the lives of these 3 victims who were members of this church.
Well, there are people basically.
Now, my announcement is in these times, we have to be extra careful. Shout out to, and if you have melanin, so I know, they don't consider themselves black, right? They Ethiopian, and, you got the other ones, we're not black, we this and this. When this media pump hate into certain people, that when they see you, you might think you might think you whatever land you calling yourself, you understand? But when the devil gets into people, they're going to see you what they see. Shout out again to the righteous white brothers and sisters who are trying to heal the others who are being fed this hate of anybody with melanin skin. Oh, you black. I'm sorry. You can think you can be disrespecting so-called black Americans all over this thing of not everybody, but I'm saying some. I'm not making generals of all people. But when that U-Haul van is riding around of those people who hate so-called blacks, and they see you walking down the street, oh yeah, you black that day. So again, I'm just giving warning. Again, we're not promoting, we're trying to dispel, we're trying to bring healing and understanding that I need everybody that has melanated skin to be very, very cautious where you going and stuff now, right? You have to be very cautious. To my white brothers and sisters that are righteous, you be on the lookout as well, because, for those who just love people, the content of people's character, not color of skin, you be on the lookout as well for others that might be trying to harm some other people from other nations, and look out for yourself as well as how you treat people, right? Because we don't know what that young white brother, he unalived himself too at the end. We don't know what happened between, we don't know if he liked one of the girls or if, they treated him bad, or we don't know, right? But again, the Bible tells us how we are to treat all people, okay? All right. Yeah, oh, that's probably what it was. I don't even know the story, right? So you have to be very careful. All right, shout out Sister Megan. You have to be very careful how you treat all people. And you have to teach, especially your children, everybody, for us elders. The children are, when we little kids are the most obnoxious little bastards. I'm just making a joke, bastards, right? But little kids, they're brutally honest, right? Right, a little kid that sees somebody in one eye, they'll be like, "What's wrong with your eye?" Right? They'll be like, right. So I gotta teach, stop. You gotta teach them to bridle their tongue, right? But what the conditioning of the generation, I don't know what's this generation X or Z or something. I don't know. I'm loose all that. Whatever generation this is, they don't have. They're taught to just it's all about looks, and you can treat someone disrespectfully or coldly without really realizing, right? And people can be at the edge of their sanity, right? You never understand that people can side by side to manipulate it. Come on, Angela. People, good word, Rwanda, anyone? People can be at the edge. You never know what's going on in someone's life, in their home life, what happened to them in the past and everything. And the way you treated them could be the one that pushed them over. So you have to warn your children, especially you got these pretty little girls and all that, women taking this beauty for granted, you know what I mean? And I worry about that because I have some beautiful daughter. I'm like, oh my goodness. I got to make sure I, teach you to treat people, right? Because a lot of men are traumatized and stuff, right? And it's crazy. This world is so bad, bro. It's so dysfunctional, and the media is not helping it. They're pumping so much stuff into the media that's making people more unhinged, right? So again, our condolences. Shout out to Brother Chuck. Our condolences to the family of the young white brother who did this unaliving, and to the Ethiopian people who are unalived. We don't want to see this unaliving to no one. We trying to bring healing to all. There's dysfunction. All right.
Be crying their eyes out for them. Those who know them.
But everybody, other nationalities, I know you, quote unquote, not black and all that. Well, you're going to have a wake up call if this civil war that they're trying to push, if this race war actually comes to pass. Or you might be walking around, well, I'm not black. They're going to, well, okay. You'll find out. All right, let's continue. All right, now, where do I want to go now? Do I want to go there or do I want to go there? Let's do this one. Let's do this one. There's so much happening, but there's so much manipulation going on with events. So there are a lot of old traumas, old conditionings, old things that are manifest that they will try to hide. And so we don't understand the root of a lot of the trauma and the things that's happening. So there is let's let the video show it itself. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only. How can we address hold on, let me get the brother's question. How can we address the possession of hearts by the demon of bigotry? That's a good statement. That's a good statement, Brother Stephen. You can't. We know, Brother Stephen, that it's the righteousness in the individual. And at the end of the day, the darkness, we know 2/3 on the earth will perish to dark, right? We know we are to be in this world, but not of it. Because this world, from Adam and Eve's transgression, this world is born in sin and iniquity, right? So the righteous are a remnant in this earth. So honestly, the best we can do is try, as we treat others, try to instill righteous works, righteous acts, try to teach others like I'm doing in this lesson, try to bring balance and harmony to traumatized individuals and souls. People have trauma. So Brother Stephen, they putting all like in the chemtrails, they putting it in the vaccinations and the foods, they're changing the molecular structure. They're trying to remove what they call it, the God gene, right? They're trying to remove the God gene out of people. You know what I mean? What they call that, right? They're trying to make people into the image of darkness, into the serpent. You know what I mean? And only thing that we can do is try to cover the world and people, try to dispel the amount of darkness that the media and these certain seeds are pushing out with us. That's why I'm shadow banned, trying to do righteous content, right? It's not going to reach as far because they won't let me reach as far. But if it reach one soul, right? It's one person at a time, one spirit, right? And that's the best we could do, is being a light in this darkness. So copyright disclaimers are in effect. This is what you would call a white brother right here, exposing some darkness. Copyright disclaimers. Oh, hold on. There we go. Full screen. Full screen.
Hey, so breaking news. White people ain't shit.
That just counteracted what I was saying. This is this white brother's opinion. He's making a generality about the general condition of most of general of his race. He's saying what he's seeing from the history that most of, because he's not saying he not ish, he's just saying the collective, right? So we don't promote all white people ain't ish, right? Shout out to some of the righteous white brothers and sisters who stand for spirit and truth. You understand? And righteousness in the Most High. But he's bringing an understanding. So let me clarify that. So that's just him speaking to his own race of people.
Just kind of felt like saying that. I mean, what do you really say after that? There's nothing to follow up. White people ain't shit. But it's true, though, if you think about it. Like, what group of people is more racist than us, more hateful than us? What group of people do you know that started over 100 plus race massacres and stripped everything from other groups of people of color, black people, however you want to categorize, and never pay it back, ever? I mean, take everything they own, properties, businesses, family, use their like, lynch them and do unspeakable acts to them, use their skin for shoes and wallets and belts and hats, use their teeth to, to replace ours, use their hair to stuff chairs and shit.
All over their hair.
So look at it, TikTok. So we do the delivery and hauling, right? Okay.
This is your black history.
This is part of your black history. This is human hair that we found in this chair. Black human hair.
So for those of you that know what happened during slavery in the old times, that's what the white brother was talking about. He said they used to use our skin to make clothing and handbags. They used to take our teeth out their mouth and use them for teeth. They would also use the human hair from the slave that they unalive and stuff to make their chairs to sit on, right? The chairs. So for those who might have never heard of this or saw it, these are facts that people think is just mythology, right? So these people here are showing the facts of this.
As you can see, the strands of hair, okay?
That's real black people hair.
That's real black people hair.
Indian black people.
That's right. This is an old chair. It's in an early 1900s.
As a matter of fact,
okay, look at the wheels. If you look at the wheels, that's when they started putting the wheels, on some of the furniture in the 1900s. So this is a chair that has human hair mixed in it. That's right.
And look, to show you this is not a fluke, I want to do it right here and see if there's human hair
here. Chair here and see what's going on with the deal. Same thing. Look at that. Look at that. They covered it over with paper. Look at this, y'all. Look at that. Look at that. Pull it up, babe, so they can see it. See? That's hair. Hair.
Hair on top of hay.
Hair on top of hay. So when they sit on top of your hair, they're sitting on top of you, meaning that they're over you. And that's a reminder for them. That's right. That's real. Yep. There you go.
So there's hay. The brown is hay. Under the hair is on top of the hay.
Yeah, put it on my face.
You see his hair? See his face? That's the same hair that's in that chair.
Been found out.
Mm-hmm.
Now about 7 times.
That's right.
Damn, I've always heard it.
Mm-hmm.
But this is
we
real.
always heard it and seen it on TikTok, but we never thought it was real. But here you go. There you go. Real human black people's hair. Look at that. You got gray, you got red, you got all kinds. Look,
I think I
look
want
at
to say that chair now.
No, look at that.
Agyama, not the place. to have that discussion. That's a whole separate lesson. All right. That's a deep lesson. Sister Megan, hopefully you subscribe to the channel. That's a deep lesson. I need to break that down. It's a very, because Sister Megan, you're correct. There's so many layers to that, right? So are what they call the modern Ethiopians, are most of them from Shem? No, but Shem, Judah is there. Judah scattered to the four corners. Some of them are, right? Some of them are from Sheba and stuff like that, from Solomon, I mean, right? From Solomon's descendants, right? And then she's correct. The whole land was called the burnt face at one time in Abyssinia, but there's so many lessons and stuff, right? So now, but that's what I'm like, it's not the Mashiach Assembly. Sometime when newer people find us and they have different, it's not the place to discuss. Yeah. And some of them, right? Just like it's a remnant, like all Americans ain't, natural branch and all, right? But that's a very good lesson. And I don't think I addressed that one. And it's funny because I got my Ethiopic Bible lesson. It's on deck. I got so much, but the Most High be having me come up with stuff. But I've been had that on deck for the longest. The Ethiopic Bible and the original Abyssinians and the original land of Cush, right? The land of Cush and the original, yeah. So thank you, Sister Megan, and thank you, Hakiyama. Both of y'all stop, right? But it's a great discussion, but we on a whole different. All right, praise y'all. But yeah, thank you, Sister Megan. I'm gonna come out with that. That's a great topic. Hopefully, they're gonna unsubscribe you, but we live every Wednesday and Friday. So hopefully, if you check the notifications, you'll see that we're doing that one on Kush, ancient Kush, Ethiopia, and all that. And yeah, I'll look forward to your input on that lesson as well. All right, let's continue.
That's right. Phoebe B.
So I have this Victorian chair
All right, so this is a white sister. Same thing.
that my pets here love, obviously. And my cat here, I noticed, started to claw at some of the chair, exposing the underside. And at first, all I saw was this stuffing, this yellow stuffing, until he started to get a little bit further. Now, I had heard of old chairs being stuffed with slave hair before, but I had no idea that could be even a possibility of furniture that I own. And now that I have confirmed that is what that is.
Oh my goodness, what is that? See, this where they lose me in this world today. What is that? Sorry, I heard the voice. I thought it was an older woman. I thought that was an older a white. Well, it sounded. I thought it was an older. You can't judge a book by its cover. But what is that? Is that
I am in a bit of a pickle here.
See, I'm old. I'm too old for this world. I'm not. I'm an elder. Y'all gonna have to excuse me. Y'all have to give me elder. Excuse me for that. Because I was born in. I'm a 60s, 70s. Oh, I'm an elder. I'm old enough to be y'all parent. Most of y'all. Some of y'all grandparent. I might not look it because my body is I follow the laws of the Most High, so my body is preserved. But so y'all got to give me a pass. I'm the elder. I just don't look it. All right. So I'm thrown off. I don't know what I'm like. I don't know what that is. Is that a boy or is that a girl? I can't. It sounds like a girl. And I don't know what I'm thrown. Boy, this ain't about this tonight, right? It's not about that. I thought that was an older white woman. Because I said she describing the chair, and then this person came on the screen, and I don't know what this is what throws me off. So what is that, guys? Y'all, some of y'all younger, y'all know, because I know some youngsters in the ministry, they tell me, they be like, Unc, that's a woman, or Unc, that's a man. So which one is this? I can't tell. Cause some of the youngsters, can y'all tell? Because y'all know y'all born in this generation. I can't tell. But anyway, that's not tonight's lesson. So anyway, this person said they found the hair in the furniture as well, right? All right, let's see what they say.
That is what that is. I confirm that is what that is. Possibility of something, furniture that I own. And now that I have confirmed that is what that is, I am in a bit of a pickle here. I'm asking TikTok what to do because as a white person, I have no idea what the right move here is. Do I get rid of it? Do I like what do I do with it? I have other furniture.
So she says she found slave hair. See, they, because that's what they, right? They, I don't know, I'm going to speak the wrong thing. They said they found slave hair in the chair. Now, we don't promote no hate and violence against this person either. We don't teach that there. Now, we don't condone that lifestyle. We don't, because we follow the Bible. Bible speaks against it. But we don't condone any hate, any bigotry, any harm, right? My job is to lead that person to the Most High, and hopefully they can heal and come out of whatever that lifestyle is they have chosen with their free will to be in, right? But we don't teach no hate, no matter what, all right? All right. But we don't approve and condone of it. But everyone on this earth has the free will to do what you may with your free will. But we don't teach no violence, no hate, none of that. I don't hate them. To each his own. All right, let's continue.
That is
so
old.
So that was about the slave hair in the furniture, in old furniture. They call it antique furniture, right? All right. Now, I'm going to do this one. Copyright disclaimers on effect. This one's very important. And that's because with RIP to the brother Charlie Kirk, right? And to his family, right? But I want to give a RIP to Demartravion, the young man that was hanged in Mississippi, right? I've been looking and waiting for a conclusion to it, but I've really seen no one do nothing true, a true memorial to that young man, right? Because everybody's still caught up in the brother Kirk's. So we're going to do a true memorial. Copyright disclaimers are in effect.
On Monday, the 15th of September, the lifeless body of a 21-year-old university student named Trey Reed was discovered hanging from a tree on the campus of Delta State University in Cleveland, Mississippi. Witnesses who saw the body claimed that it looked beaten and bruised, with some even alleging that he had 2 broken arms and a broken leg. But despite these major concerns, the university campus police would immediately dispel any rumors of foul play. However, refusing to accept this assessment by the authorities, followers of the case began to dig into the history of the area, where they uncovered a deeply racist past alongside a predominantly white population within the university itself. But to complicate matters even further, friends claimed that Trey had recently been involved in an argument with someone just days before his death, alluding to the possibility that they could be responsible. So, with his family torn apart by grief, they have now taken to social media demanding justice for their loved one. However, to this day, authorities continue to insist that there are no signs of foul play, despite the fact that his body is still yet to be examined, understandably leaving an entire community frustrated as they are only left to wonder, what really happened to Trey Reed? And could he be Mississippi's newest victim of modern-day lynching? Demartravion Reed, otherwise known as Trey to his friends and family, was born in 2004 in Grenada, Mississippi, to a close-knit family that loved him deeply and always made sure to nurture his dreams. To those who knew him best, Trey was more than just a son, a brother, or a friend. He was a source of joy, who his family would describe as warm, funny, compassionate, and full of potential. From an early age, Trey had a natural ability to bring people together.
That's him and his girlfriend. So we're going to do this is going to be very fruitful. I got more coming. Y'all know there's more coming in this, right? But we need to do a proper respect to RIP to this young brother.
Growing up in Grenada, he quickly became known in his community for his bright smile and kind heart, the type of person who made others feel seen and included. Whether it was cracking jokes to lift the mood or offering a helping hand without hesitation, Trey's presence left a mark on everyone around him. During his high school years, Trey carried himself with quiet confidence and humility. He wasn't the kind of person who craved attention, but it often found him anyway. Teachers remembered him as dependable and thoughtful, while friends knew him as someone they could count on during their hardest days. His character shined through both in the classroom and outside of it, where he was always willing to share his time, his laughter, and his support. When it came time to graduate, Trey chose to continue his education at Delta State University in Cleveland, Mississippi, a decision that filled both him and his family with pride. After all, he was carving out his own future, eager to take on new opportunities and experiences. So, after a successful first year at college, by the fall of 2025, Trey had just returned for his sophomore year, still adjusting to campus life, but already making an impression. Professors described him as a promising young student with determination and ambition, while his peers spoke of his charisma, his generosity, and his ability to make friends wherever he went.
So he was starting his second year in school, sophomore year in school.
Even as he settled into his college routine, Trey never lost sight of his roots. He remained deeply connected to his family back in Grenada, often visiting home and staying in close touch with those who had shaped him into the man he was becoming. And at just 21 years old, Trey had already built a strong circle of friends, mentors, and loved ones who admired the person he was and the person he was building himself to be. However, all of this potential would suddenly come crashing down just 1 month into his sophomore year at Delta State, when Trey's bright future would be cut short on that fateful day in September. On Monday, the 15th of September, the Delta State University Police received a call that would change the campus forever. At around 7:05 a.m., faculty members...
Y'all see that image right there? Those are the sellouts. You see that? That's why I said this ain't about skin color. Ain't not one of these three men right here white, but they all part of the system that said nothing happened. No foul play. That this young man, 21, hung himself from a tree high in the... Like I said before, it didn't matter. Let's say if he didn't have no broken bones. You still... How did he hang himself from the tree? Where is the rope? Where is the ladder? How did he get up in the tree? How did he... Right? Where is the... show me the what's the name? But they show nothing. Even today, I looked before I put this together. I looked again, and I looked and I looked and I said, nothing, still nothing. But watch what's going to come out in this lesson tonight. Y'all know, Unc. You know I go deeper.
The Delta State University Police received a call that would change the campus forever. At around 7:05 a.m., faculty members had made a horrifying discovery. The body of a 21-year-old student hanging from a tree near the pickleball courts at the heart of campus. News of Trey's death spread quickly, and by the time his identity was confirmed, his family in Grenada had already received the devastating call that no parent ever wants to hear.
When they first called the parents, they told them that he died in his sleep in the bed. Then after that, they told them he was hung from a tree. That part. But I got some fruit coming in a second. Let's continue.
According to initial reports, the scene suggested self-inflicted trauma, and authorities moved quickly to communicate that there were no immediate signs of foul play. But for Trey's loved ones... and
no foul play. Self-inflicted trauma. Hung himself from a tree. That's hard to do anyways. But all right, so let's continue.
Many in the surrounding community, that explanation didn't sit right. The nature of the discovery, paired with Mississippi's painful racial history, sparked immediate...
I meant to take that out. You see what they... Boy, let me tell y'all something. Even in this, copyright disclaimers are in effect. that I used, I took some of the work, but I had to edit stuff because they edit in things. See? Y'all see what they just showed? Those doggone ISUP, right? Why would you show that in this? And then there was another thing that I took out where he put a clip of like, it looked like a black person attacking a white person subtly in the thing. I'm like, boy, this media stuff is some witchcraft stuff, right? So anyway, let's continue. I must have missed that one. I meant to, because I covered all the little subtle, you know how they do in those Disney movies? They put the little subtle things in there. You understand? All right. Why would you show that hate group? You understand? These sorry. It's a hate group. Those do, because they teach you to hate other nations, talking about Esau. They're calling the white man Esau, and Esau is black. Esau is every nation of people on the earth, first of all. All right? So subliminal, that's the word. Subliminal stuff. You're going to throw, of all the people, you could have put a march of they put them marching in there. All right, let's continue.
Fear and suspicion that this could be something far more sinister. Adding to the unease, some of Trey's closest friends mentioned he had recently been involved in an argument just days before his death, and witnesses who saw his body claimed that it looked beaten and bruised, with some even alleging that he had 2 broken arms and a broken leg. But despite these controversial rumours, the police remained confident that there was no evidence of foul play, and Trey's body was soon transferred to the coroner's office, with the Mississippi Bureau of Investigation also being called in to assist. However, what unsettled the community most was how quickly officials began describing his death as self-inflicted, despite the numerous statements made by friends and family that alluded to foul play. To them, it felt as though the door to other possibilities was being closed before it had even been fully opened, alluding to the possibility of a police cover-up being played out in real time. So, in response to these harrowing updates, students and faculty members, as well as the wider Cleveland community, all gathered in shock to mourn the loss of such a young man, but to also stand strong in their protest against the authorities, united in their disbelief that Trey could have taken his own life. But the controversy wouldn't stop there, as the very next day, there would be another update to the case that would cause further widespread criticism across the community. On Tuesday, the 16th of September, both campus police and local authorities were quick to address the situation publicly. Delta State University Police Chief Michael Peeler doubled down on his initial statement, where he once again claimed that there were no immediate signs of foul play. The Bolivar County coroner, who was also called to the scene, echoed this sentiment, suggesting early on that Trey's death appeared to be self-inflicted. But this announcement still left many uneasy. As to Trey's grieving family and to his fellow students on campus, it felt premature, almost as if the police were trying to sweep this case under the rug before a full investigation had even been completed. Trey's body had been transported to the coroner's office for further examination, but even as the case entered official channels, media reports circulated almost immediately with headlines leading towards Trey's death being self.
So again, on the world stage, they immediately, over across the board, no foul play, self-inflicted, no foul play, no, before they can even do a complete investigation on anything. You understand? My point is, where's the cameras? I mean, I'm not born yesterday. A university, there's cameras everywhere. We're being watched 24/7. A college university campus has more cameras. You might as well be in the hood and the projects. There's cameras everywhere. There's cameras that will be able to show when he walked from his dorm room, when he was walking to the next building, when he walked by the sickle ball tree or whatever they call that, fickle ball or whatever it is, right? Where's the cameras? Guess what they said, children? They said the cameras were broke that day. Megan, I think that was her name. They think they not only think we fools, they think we just boo-boo the butt. They don't care, honestly. They don't care. Really, they gave us a Jim Jones job views. They That's it, right? So guess what? That's what they're telling us, guys. That's what they're telling us. The cameras. The cameras. They were down for the cameras on where he was at. They weren't working at that time. The other ones were, but it don't show him. Oh yeah, where the cameras at? That's the part, right? That part. Every university got cameras because they're trying to protect the children from the rapists and all that type of stuff. They been had cameras. This ain't the 70s. Okay? Yeah, y'all, the cameras were broke. Oh, that's what they saying. All right, let's continue. Yeah, like Epstein in the jail and stuff, the cameras broke, everything. Right? All right, let's continue.
Inflicted, cementing that narrative in the public most immediately, with headlines leading towards Trey's death being self-inflicted, cementing that narrative in the public eye long before forensic evidence had been finalized. On social media, however, the story was far less clear. Friends of Trey, as well as members of the wider Mississippi community, continue to raise questions. Witnesses continue to protest that when they saw Trey's body, it definitely had visible bruises, which didn't line up with what the coroner claimed to observe upon initial inspection. Others claimed that Trey had been involved in an argument with someone just days before his death, which provided an example of potential motive. And yet, despite only investigating the case for a single day, police were already confident enough to publicly claim that they had strong reason to believe no foul play was involved. Firstly, if officers could not conclusively...
Yeah, so how you just automatically, no foul play, immediately, within hours, no full investigation, no nothing, no foul play, no showing nobody, no cameras, none of that.
Confirm the circumstances surrounding Trey's death at the time, assuring the public that there was nothing to fear seems irresponsible at best and potentially dangerous at worst.
Now that's the point. The fact that the administration would immediately say there's no foul play, there's no threat to the public, all the rest of the children at the school, that should be illegal. That should be a crime. That's what I'm saying, man. This system is insane. Well, we know it's the serpent system, right? It's like me trying to make my righteous mind understand the wiles of the serpent. Well, I need to understand because I got to be wise as a serpent, but I can't spiritually make it make sense in my spirit. How could you put all the other children at risk because you're trying to cover this? That's stupid. Boy, you should have locked that school down. You should have, you understand? But no. All right, let's continue.
Trey's death at the time, assuring the public that there was nothing to fear seems irresponsible at best and potentially dangerous at worst. After all, if foul play had in fact been involved, then warning students, faculty, and the wider community about a possible threat on campus should have been the very first priority. Secondly, we have to remember that Trey was found hanging from a tree in Mississippi. That detail alone, given the state's painful history of lynching, should have at least raised the possibility of foul play in the minds of the investigators. But taking a step back from this theory, another idea that has been raised by members of the community looks beyond Trey's immediate circumstances and instead focuses on the history of Cleveland, Mississippi itself, a town with long and complicated racial tensions, and one that some have described as having operated as a sundown town in decades past.
Bingo, schmingo, bingo. Cleveland, Mississippi is a sundown town. You understand? For those who don't know, you will. You will.
For those who are unfamiliar, a sundown town is a community where black people were either openly banned or strongly discouraged from being present after dark, often enforced through intimidation, violence, or the silent acceptance of racist practices. And while many of these towns officially integrated on paper after the civil rights movement, the unwritten rules and the hostility towards people of color often remained. Cleveland, sitting in the heart of the Mississippi Delta, has carried this legacy for generations. Older residents recall periods where black students faced segregation in schools and where families knew which areas were safe and which were not. So when Trey, a young black man, was found hanging from a tree in Cleveland, it triggered immediate associations with that very history. To many, it didn't feel like a tragic coincidence, it felt like a haunting echo of Mississippi's past. Now, skeptics might argue that this is reading too much into it, that Cleveland today is not the Cleveland of decades ago.
Has the Deep South changed? Cleveland, Mississippi is the American town civil rights movement. Cleveland, Mississippi. Now this article is from, I think it's like 2015 or something like that, or 18. It says, has the Deep South changed? Cleveland, Mississippi is the American town that the civil rights movement missed. You understand? So this is old articles speaking. Now, unfortunately for black people, y'all got too comfortable. You get too comfortable and that's what I'm saying. If you live in some of these cities and states and these sundown towns and these areas, you can't get so comfortable to think some people don't have that same old mind state. Yes, everyone don't. Every white person is not racist or evil. Every black person is not racist or evil, but some are. Do you understand? So you can't get too comfortable and think that, no, bro, you in Mississippi. M.I. crooked letter, ah. But you, and then you let your son go to Delta University, which was known to have racial bigotry and attached to it. But not having their head to understand you're not safe, bro. You're not safe. Those spirits are alive and well, Sister Roberta Hayazah. All right, let's continue. Watch what I bring up.
But here's why this theory still holds weight. For black communities in Mississippi, the image of a body hanging from a tree is not just a tragic sight, it's a direct reminder of a time when violence against black men was not only common, but often ignored by local authorities. So, even if Trey's death were to be officially ruled as self-inflicted,
to my brother Wristfly out there in Sweden and to others in other countries, which you don't know, Negroes driven away, racism, sundown towns, whites only within city limits after dark. There are places in America that everybody, all these other nations who the black Americans, y'all just got to pick yourself up by the bootstraps and equality and everything is there and y'all got equal rights and equal. There's still places today where I can't be caught after the sun goes down. 2025. Shout out to Yana in the UK. Y'all let that sink in for all your equality. Remember the brother came earlier talking about Charlie Kirk, he is not racist. Y'all doing the psyop. It ain't no psyop that I can't go into a certain town. I got to make sure I'm not in this vicinity when the sun goes down in 2025. That ain't no psyop. That's my reality. Now, because you living in this little bubble of your skin color, and this ain't your reality, right? Then we can have the clips of Charlie Kirk. You can say he's not racism. That's just psyop. No, all of those statements are racist because he was saying that none of this stuff exists. Like it's all a figment of our imagination when we still living it right now. That's why I'm warning the brothers and sisters, y'all better get your gun license, get your license. If it's a state that you have the right to bear arms, then you get you an arm and get you a license so you can carry it legally. So if something come down on you, you got the right to defend yourself. Because if not, you can end up like our brother Trevion. Do you understand? Hung from some tree. Oh, I'm about to show you. Let's go.
Authorities. So, even if Trey's death were to be officially ruled as self-inflicted, the context cannot be ignored. The history of Cleveland as a place where black residents once lived in fear creates a lens through which his death is being viewed, and when police appear quick to dismiss foul play, it only amplifies suspicions that the ugly realities of the past may not be as far behind us as we'd like to think. In this light, Trey's death becomes more than just a personal tragedy. It becomes a reflection of a community's unresolved history, and it raises a painful but necessary question. Are we witnessing the remnants of an old sundown town culture still influencing justice and perception in modern-day Mississippi?
And get this, folks and people who have interacted with the school are saying the school has a history of profiling and that Black students have long felt targeted or singled out. And when you look at the demographics, the university is predominantly white, which only makes those claims hit harder. So when something like this happens, people instantly connect the dots. If students of color already felt unsafe, if they were already being profiled, then Trey's death doesn't look like some isolated tragedy. It looks like part of a bigger, uglier pattern. There's even been a first-hand account from a parent, and this is what the person wrote. Our son...
Now listen clearly. I'm about to give y'all a receipt, all right? This ain't the first time. Now this woman wrote about what she wrote. They was in the first month of the new semester. He just got there for his new sophomore year. Watch this. Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only.
Uglier pattern. There's even been a first-hand account from a parent, and this is what the person wrote. Our son was at Delta State 2 years ago and left fearing for his life. He was calling home talking about some of the things he was experiencing along with some of his friends. White guys riding around on campus, throwing trash at them and calling...
She said things that says racism. He was calling home talking about some of the racism he was experiencing alone with some of his friends. He's good. Let's listen. 2 years ago.
First-hand account from a parent, and this is what the person wrote. Our son was at Delta State 2 years ago and left fearing for his life. He was calling home talking about some of the things he was experiencing along with some of his friends. White guys riding around on campus, throwing trash at them and calling... He finally got the tag number and called the police.
Calling them niggas.
They did nothing. Our son began to put pressure on the police department.
He called the tag, called the police. They did nothing. Our son started to put pressure on the police because it was constantly happening.
Because it was constantly happening, and he hadn't heard back from the complaint he filed. He didn't just become a target at Delta State, he became a target for the police department for demanding that they do their job. One night on campus, our son had to run for his life from the police. Eyewitnesses contacted his mom and I when they arrested him. Now, this person also explained that they had called both the county and the city.
So he got targeted by the... This sound like the freaking 60s, bro. This sound like the 50s and the 60s. He got targeted by the police because he complained about the racism he was fearing for his life. And he demanded they do their job. So one night on campus, he had to run for his life from the police. Okay? Let's continue. But they talking about no foul play.
Target at Delta State, he beat at them and calling... He finally got the tag number and called the police. They did nothing. Our son began to put pressure on the police department because it was constantly happening, and he hadn't heard back from the complaint he filed. He didn't just become a target at Delta State, he became a target for the police department for demanding that they do their job. One night on campus, our son had to run for his life from the police. Eyewitnesses contacted his mom and I when they arrested him. Now, this person also explained that they had called both the county and the city, but were given the runaround and told their son had not been taken into custody. For the entire 5 hours they remained there, refusing to leave, officials kept insisting that he wasn't being held. Eventually, after a standoff that lasted 5 to 6 hours, they were finally told that he was in the back.
All right, now y'all listen clearly what was just said. All right, Hakyama, could you put the link so Anna y'all can... Is she here? So, now, it says, one night on campus, our son had to run for his life from the police. Eyewitnesses contacted his mom and when they arrested him. She said, we called both the county and the city, and they gave us the runaround, saying that he wasn't taken into custody. For 5 hours, they was there, and they refused to leave. He is blessed that they refused to leave. They told us they didn't have him in their custody. Finally, after 5 to 6 hours of standoff, they told us he was in the back. You understand? This reminds me of the 60s. If I'm lying, I'm lying. This ain't some 60s stuff. Let me get her the link. Akiyama, you can't give her the link? Oh, you put it already, or am I missing it? All right, let me do it. Present, invite guests, copy, Control V, enter. All right, there you go, Anaya. All right. So the this is what they used to do in the 60s. They would, this is some scary stuff. This is what they do in prison too. That's called losing you in prison, where they'll tell your people that you're not there in that prison. And you got shipped to somewhere else. And then they'll tell you, you got shipped here, and they'll lose you. That's why in prison, Black people, for those who don't have a lot of family, we try to make sure that someone writes you letters. So you got mail coming in. So the system, the prison authorities, the police can think that someone cares about you because they will lose you. You understand? They call it losing you. So if you don't, so people who don't got family, moms is dead, no girlfriend stuff, they'll try to get me or somebody, yo, could you give someone to send a letter in? So I might tell my girl, write another letter, put another name on such and such, and send it to this person's name and his CC number, right? Because if you don't have mail consistently coming and they don't think nobody care about you, they'll lose you. They call it it's a busing system. So they got a law in the prison system where they call it in transit. When you're in transit, they say you're moving from one facility to another, and with that they have the legal right that no one can find you. And so what they'll do is they play the in transit role and say he's in transit. And then they say ship them somewhere there. And then when you try to call or go there, and then you got to go because they won't answer the phone. And then it might be 5 hours away, and your parents they try to get there. When they get there, they say, oh, he's not here. He was here, but he's in transit. They moving him, right? So they'll lose you. Okay. All right. So she said that for 5 hours, they lucky his parents didn't leave, because they would have probably end up missing. He would have probably end up hung or something or missing. And then they say he hung himself or he did something like they saying Trey Reed did. All right, let's continue.
Run around and told their son had not been his mom and I when they arrived. He became a target for the police department for demanding that they do their job. One night on campus, our son had to run for his life from the police. Eyewitnesses contacted his mom and I when they arrested him. Now, this person also explained that they had called both the county and the city, but were given the runaround and told their son had not been taken into custody. For the entire 5 hours they remained there, refusing to leave, officials kept insisting that he wasn't being held. Eventually, after a standoff that lasted 5 to 6 hours, they were finally told that he was in the back. Apparently, even though the entire incident was caught on video and witnessed by several people, the courts did nothing. The family said the story went viral on Indisputable with Dr. Rashad Ritchie, yet the courts still refused to arrest the white men involved or hold the police accountable for kidnapping their son.
All right, now this is the same Delta University campus, come on y'all, where this young Travion, RIP to him and condolences to his family, was hanged, and they're telling us, they want us to believe he hung himself. They immediately said, no, nothing to see here. There's history here. Y'all hear? Let's go. History here.
Later, their son called them to say he wanted to withdraw from Delta State because he feared for his life.
Smart young man. And because he did that, he's probably still alive today. You black, I'm sorry, I'm you, because they say I'm one, so I could say you. You blackity blacks, you so-called black Americans, who they call black. You need to wake up and stop thinking. You need to understand you're not wanted in all these places. I'm good. I'm not going to some racist university where half, 3/4 of they go home, and they throwing stuff, and nah, I'm good with all that. I need, no, bro. You don't got to go places that you're not welcomed and wanted. You got to wake up. Shout out to this young brother. He says the courts never arrested the white guys who was doing it. They never punished the police for basically kidnapping their son. Said he wasn't there. Ain't no telling what would have happened to him, right? And he decided to leave the college. Smart move. Because he said, so our son later called us wanting to withdraw from Delta State University. He began to fear for his life. He was continuously getting racial profiled, and he couldn't trust the police to protect and serve him. Facts. Somebody done told you wrong. The devil's a lie.
He wanted to withdraw from Delta State because he feared for his life. He had been repeatedly profiled and felt he could not trust the police to protect and serve him. And in the end, he left. Basically, they were saying that the Reed family should do whatever it takes to get justice because there was definitely foul play. It also doesn't help that rumors circulating on social media alleged that Reed had 2 broken legs and other injuries that would have prevented him from hanging himself. Well, guess what? The campus is still insisting that there was no foul play. Some are pointing to Mississippi's ugly past. Others are talking about the school's reputation for profiling. And many are just flat out saying Black people don't lynch themselves, period. Well, here are some questions people offer. Where were the cameras? There should have been cameras all over that university. I mean, it's 2025. No excuses. Those cameras could easily show us what went down in the early morning hours of September 15th. In fact, that footage should be already out, or at least reviewed by independent investigators, not just campus police. I mean, if this man was on campus with all these cameras and all this modern technology, from the moment he left his dorm room or entered that campus, there should be surveillance of all his actions.
In this light, Trey's death becomes more than just a personal tragedy. It becomes a reflection of a community's unresolved history, and it raises a painful but necessary question. Are we witnessing the remnants of an old sundown town culture still influencing justice and perception in modern-day Mississippi? Well, to address this question, there is one final discussion point I feel is important to raise, and that's the striking similarities between Trey Reed's case and another devastating story I covered not too long ago, involving another Black young man from Mississippi named Rasheem Carter. Now, for those of you who may not be familiar with his story, let me give you a quick overview for some context. So, on Saturday the 1st of October in 2022, a 25-year-old man from Fayette, Mississippi, named Rasheem Carter, would call his mother in a panic, claiming that he was being followed by a group of men in trucks who were shouting racial slurs in his direction. So, fearing for her child's life, she immediately advised him to head over to the nearest police station to report the incident and to ask for a lift home. However, in response to his pleas, the Taylorsville Police Department claimed that they were not a taxi service, and that because his home was out of their jurisdiction, there was nothing they could do.
Did y'all hear? So y'all listen clearly. To any other nation of people, Wristfly, listen up. This goes so deep, Wristfly. It's so systemic. It's nothing new. The police be the one, that's the overseer. Shout out to any remnant of righteous cops that actually trying to protect and serve all people. We need more of you. Do y'all understand? But the majority, the whole system of enforcement was sent to enforce those are the slave catchers. You understand? That's what it is. So that system, so now this young brother is being chased. He goes to the police station and they know what's happening and they say, we can't help you. You understand?
Incident and to ask for a lift home. So, fearing for her child's life, she immediately advised him to head over to the nearest police station to report the incident and to ask for a lift home. However, in response to his pleas, the Taylorsville Police Department claimed that they were not a taxi service, and that because his home was out of their jurisdiction, there was nothing they could do. So, with no other options, Rasheem then called a family friend to pick him up from a gas station in Taylorsville, to which she agreed. But after arriving on the...
Hold on, give y'all some advice. If that happens, run to a police station. If the police station, see y'all in these cities and towns. If they talking about they can't help you, well, you gonna help me. You gonna put me in a cell. You know why? Because I ain't going nowhere. Do you understand? That whatever they're gonna do to me, they're gonna do it right here on your police step. Because he didn't have to leave. I would not have left. Oh, you want me out of your waiting area? Okay, well, I'm gonna stand here. Oh, so what you're gonna shoot me for standing here? He got a phone. He keep calling his mama. Call the other police. I don't call the FBI. Y'all, bro, I'm being for real. I'm telling truth to power. Listen, young children. Listen, your older children. Anybody of melanin. If this happened to a white person, same thing. If it happened to a black, whatever. Everybody, listen to my advice. Call the FBI. I'm at Taylorsville police station. I'm being chased by white people, but some race they trying to, and then these cops are saying they can't help me and they want me to go back out. I'm going to end up dead and I'm not going nowhere. And I'm letting you know. And you just said, you go on Instagram and say it. Call the police. Do whatever you have to do. Don't let nobody, don't leave that step of that police station. You make the police do it. Now, back in the 60s, we didn't have that option. Because the police was the ones putting you in the car and driving you to drop you off to the KKK and to all of them, right? Because they were the KKK. Shout out to the remnant of righteous police, even back then and now, right? Now, that's what you do. You don't leave. I'm not leaving. You tripping. I ain't going nowhere. I'm just built different. You gonna lock me up. Well, then you gonna beat me down here on these steps. You gonna lock me up, or you gonna keep pushing me up the street? I'm gonna come walking right. Them people gonna have to drag me right from the front of this thing, and I'm gonna be calling everybody I can: the FBI, the CIA, the DDD, I call the ADL. I'm gonna call the wish people. I'm gonna say, I'm Semite. I got some anti-Semitic things going on at the Taylorville Police. Could you come on down and bring can the ADL, can you bring all your small hats down here? Is an ADL, and then we got a Semitic thing going on here. I'm calling everybody. Call Bishop Nathaniel. Call the IUIC. They might come and hand it in. Tell him it's some news. He might come down with 100 Israelites or something. Yeah, bring the purple people leaders down here or something. Call everybody. Call everybody. Go on YouTube. Call Unc. Be like Unc. Go on. Be like Unc. They only gonna let me reach for so many people, but I'll get the word out. Call everybody. Don't leave, bro. No, man. That's some of my biggest fears, bro. You're not about to do that, torture me the way only y'all knows what they do to them. You know what was left for that young brother? The skull. That's why when I showed the clip, that skull, that was left. The skull. They want us to believe young Lil Trey and hung himself. The devil's a lie. Listen clearly.
Though fearing for her child's life, she immediately advised him to head over to the nearest police station to report the incident and to ask for a lift home. However, in response to his pleas, the Taylorsville Police Department claimed that they were not a taxi service, and that because his home was out of their jurisdiction, there was nothing they could do. So, with no other options, Rashim then called a family friend to pick him up from a gas station in Taylorsville, to which she agreed. But after arriving on the scene, Rashim was mysteriously nowhere to be found. Eventually,
come on, young man, y'all gotta teach our children, people. So he called another girl to pick him up from a gas station. So he didn't walk to a gas station. And by the time she get there, he gone. Man, he should not left.
So, with no other options, Rashim then called a family friend to pick him up from a gas station in Taylorsville, to which she agreed. But after arriving on the scene, Rashim was mysteriously nowhere to be found, eventually leading his mother to file a missing persons report. However, there would be no updates to the case until a month later, when the skeletal remains of Rashim Carter were found, with his head separated from his body. But despite the incredibly controversial
with his head decapitated. And yeah, they just keep getting this crump. I don't know. Something's wrong with this stuff. He got Crump. Now Trey Reed moms and them, they got Crump. Before it used to be Al Sharpton. Now it's Crumped, right? Something's just, I don't know, bro. What's he gonna get him money? That's what happens. He get him a bag, and then the news, it goes away, and he gets a big bag, and then they do it to somebody else, and they go get Crump, right? This dude. Something wrong with this stuff. That's that stuff. That's that stuff I'm talking about with these Boule Mason with Candace and all of them. They see, it's so many. All these paid actors. You understand? All these paid actors, Masonic Boulets and all this stuff, right? It's you still playing the system. Now they're gonna get you the bag just to hush the story down, and so they can continue. This is sacrifices. These are blood sacrifices. That's what this is. This is nothing new. This is going back, bro. This is all biblical stuff. These sacrifices. They found this young man's head decapitated. The thing that they don't let you know is how much pain and suffering and fear before that young man is unalive. That's the part I want y'all to understand. When we watch it at the end, we're like, oh, they unalived him. When they shed little Trey Reed, they said his arm, 2 arms and 1 leg broken, or 1 leg, right? And bruise it. You don't know what they did before they hanged them. The pain, the fear. You know how scared these babies are? They're 21, 23, 24. They still babies, bro. Oh my goodness, y'all protect yourself. Y'all protect yourself.
However, there would be no updates to the case until a month later, when the skeletal remains of Rashim Carter were found, with his head separated from his body. But despite the incredibly controversial details of how his remains were found, to this day, the police strongly believe that nobody else was involved and that his death was nothing more than an accident.
Do you see what's reported? No foul play. His head was decapitated from his body. He went to the police station to say that they was chasing him, racial slurs. He gets unalive, found, and they said, no foul play. You see, Wristfly? You see everybody from other countries? You see everybody that says black, y'all need to just pull yourself up from the bootstraps. There is no, you see what the Charlie Kirk talking about in the 40s, we did better. Why is everybody black? So we got so many systemic things against us. Are y'all running around with fear of your life? Just going to school or trying to go home from work?
So, taking these details into consideration, when we look at Trey's case in 2025, I'm sure you'll agree that the similarities are hard to ignore, including their skin color, their age, the fact that...
Look at both of them, right? But they would say, we all thugs and we all what's the names. Look at them, both in Mississippi. Both in the 2020s.
In Mississippi. And the suspicious circumstance in Mississippi, and the suspicious circumstance, skin color, their age, the fact that both men lived in Mississippi, and the suspicious circumstances that their lifeless bodies were found in. But the key detail that stands out to me is that in both cases, the police stated almost immediately that no foul play was involved, long before the investigations had concluded. It's these parallels that have led many to question whether Trey's death could be part of this same tragic pattern. One where black men in Mississippi die under mysterious, violent circumstances, only for the official response to dismiss the possibility of something darker at play. So, while Rashim's family are...
See, this is that all skin folk and kinfolk thing. Him either. It's Ben Crump dude either. Don't trust him not one bit. And all this right here. See this? All this. Him, and him. Sitting there, him, none of them. Him behind him, another black dude behind him. All the same system. But they want to run around and they want to come here tomorrow. Oh, you promoting race, hate again. No. We calling out there's black racist, white race, hate, prejudice, bigotry on both sides, on all sides. Yeah, that's a brotherhood, serpentine. I don't know, Sister Roberta, I don't know how none of them could sleep at night. How could this black man right here go home and sleep at night unless he got the seed of the serpent, knowing that that little boy was unalived, while all these little boys are unalived and everything is happening, and you got to say so you get your paycheck and your position, there's no foul play and nothing, so nothing to see here. Oh my goodness, bro. Shut up. Get out of here, clown. Peaceful idiot. You're at the wrong place. You striking the wrong nerve with me tonight. Usually I wouldn't do that, but I ain't tolerating you sambos. To my what about Candace? Get out of here, you sellout. You the same one, you part of this. Talking about all this saying something but ain't saying nothing. Hold on, let me make sure I ain't reading that wrong. Cause I could be attacking them for nothing. I'm sorry, I'm in my feelings. Saying, hold on. Saying a lot while saying nothing at all. What about Candace? What about Candace? Sorry, guys. Hakeem, am I wrong? Let me know, because, I can't see all the comments. I don't got no patience for these serpent seeds tonight. Especially these sambos, these sellouts, these coons, right? Oh, thank you, Abba. Yeah, I read it right. Thank you. I just don't want to be ready. Get out of here. Beat it. Not tonight. What about Candace? Your mama. Who care about Candace? Candace is a sellout like you. Get out of here. She dropped some good content and all that stuff, but I know a serpent. She's up there crying over this fascist, racist person who's promoting the destruction of our people that got this little brother hung and stuff from this agenda rise that got paid the money for it. You understand? She could miss me with all that. Now I promote when she promote. I'll play her video when she drops some good things speaking about, the genocide going on in that other land or speaking up. But she's also a paid shield. I ain't stupid. Maybe you stupid. Maybe you a foolio. Beat it. Sorry, guys. I'm just a little. It's not now. It's not the time. We sitting up here showing. That's probably a psyop person. To trigger me, right? So let me not allow him to trigger me. Praise the Most High. Thank you, Father. Let me gather myself, all right? Just a little bit of spiritual, because we speaking, showing that these young men are unalive, running for their life, and here they psyop come here to my what about Candace? What about your mama? That part. All right, now let me get out of my feelings and let's continue. I gotta remember that these trolls will be sent for that exact purpose, to try, to get us agitated, get you in a distressed state. All right. What did I try to teach earlier? When someone's apprehensive, just remove yourself. I got to learn to do that. That's a muscle I got to train myself to have. Is when someone comes adverse and disrespectful, to be able to just remove them and don't lower yourself to where they are. But I got to work on that, right? Because I come from the street. I used to come from a place where I knock your whole head off your shoulders, right off the rip from it. You heard? But that's the lower self. That's a fleshly lower self. The wiser man controls his emotions and manages his temperament, and don't allow others, the serpent, to get him out of his righteousness. And I'm working on that. That's why I don't really go out in public too much. I'm not really, because I can't. I'm still working on myself. I'm old school. I don't come from. I don't come from those places. I come from the places where I respect every nation, kindred, and tongue and people, but I speak truth to power. And if you come at me wrong, it's going down. Right off the rip, it's going down. And I ain't no YouTube, none of this crap. But now, since I'm on a platform, I have to conduct myself and learn to remake myself into the image of the Father. And the Messiah told us to be able to walk away and don't allow people to get you agitated in an unrighteous state. Bring emotions All right. Yeah. So yeah, I was one who was putting out Candace videos when she was dropping, some stuff, and people were like, we don't like it. I'm like, I know, but I eat the fruit spit out the pit. If someone's bringing something that's constructive, yeah, but just because they bring that don't mean I think they righteous. You understand? All right. Praise the Most High. All right, let's finish this. I got
the
more.
possibility of something darker at play. So, while Rashim's family are still fighting for justice nearly 3 years later, Trey's loved ones are just beginning their...
And if that person, I know they're gone, if you did click on this video to see my clip of the Charlie and Candace, I do apologize. I forgot to grab that clip, right? So I do apologize. I said that at the beginning. So I need to put that because we don't do clickbait. So that I did have the click thumbnail of the Candace and that, but this is all the agenda. I discussed it at the beginning, but maybe they came in wanting to see the clip about it. You understand? So I had the clip. I'll do it on the next. I honestly made that mistake. I really wish I would have had the clip because because that would have been done. But guess what? That would have been done in the first hour of this, and they would have came later talking about, what about Candace? I was like, your mama. Because again, rewind and go watch that. But anyway, all right. So let's continue. I need to get to my other
painful journey. And if nothing else, comparing these two cases side by side should make one thing very clear. There are far too many unanswered questions and far too many similarities for us to simply look the other way. There is one more case that I think needs to be mentioned, once again due to its unsettling similarities to Trey Reed's story, which is that of William Young, who was also discovered hanging lifeless from a tree, only for his death to be ruled as self-inflicted. So, on Tuesday the 18th of September in 2018, a 40-year-old man named William Young was discovered hanging lifeless from a tree in
40 years old. So the young and the old. All right? 40 years old, hanging from a tree.
LaSalle County, Illinois, with the initial cause of death being ruled as self-inflicted by the police. However, as the weeks went by, details started to emerge surrounding William's death, including the fact that the police would refuse to let his family conduct a private autopsy of the body, threatening to cremate the remains if they didn't organize a swift burial.
So the police told the family that we won't allow you to do no separate investigation or autopsy on his body, and we are threatening we're going to cremate his body if you don't do a swift burial. Y'all need to get out of Mississippi. I'm so sorry. Y'all are tripping. I mean, unless, or if not, if you don't want to leave your state and home, then get you a gun license and get you a license to carry if they have that, and get you and protect yourself. You are tripping, okay? The police told them this. Nothing to see here. You understand? Right? He unalived himself. Hung himself.
However, as the weeks went by, details started to emerge surrounding William's death, including the fact that the police would refuse to let his family conduct a private autopsy of the body, threatening to cremate the remains if they didn't organize a swift burial. But to make matters worse, it was then leaked to the public that William's car had received damages on the passenger side, like it had been rammed by another vehicle, and his belongings were also scattered all over the place, as if there had been some kind of struggle. But
so nothing, no foul play, but his car was rammed by another car.
Despite these incredibly suspicious details, no official investigation would ever take place, with the LaSalle Police Department remaining adamant that no foul play was involved, leaving William's family devastated with more questions than answers.
See, Elder Yayazan done said it about 3 times, because he's an elder. I know it too. I just don't want to say it, so I don't know, shadow ban or whatever. But that's because those people he keeps talking about, the officers, that's who are doing. That's what's crazy, man. This is nothing new.
So, once again, when you compare William Young's case with those of Trey Reed and Rashim Carter, the pattern is even harder to ignore. Black men found deceased, surrounded by suspicious circumstances, with authorities rapidly labeling the deaths as self-inflicted. So until this pattern
Oh
is
my God, he
acknowledged
did
and
it
addressed,
again.
I feel that more families will be left without answers as they grieve the loss of their loved ones. But in the meantime, while we wait for the
You
police...
see how he chose to put that clip of those racists in there out of all the... See, that's that subtle... I took the other ones out. He did that... Y'all don't know, through this person's document, he did that about 3-4 times. That's subliminal. You understand? So I took him out and that one just caught me. You see? He keeps why would you put that in this? See, this is that media sorcery witchcraft stuff. It sounds really, right, calm and sounds like he's really on the side, but then you chose manually to grab that clip to put in there for this memorial type of documentary. That's the serpent forked tongue. That's the forked tongue.
to come out with further updates. That doesn't mean we
I'm glad one of them was in there so I could show y'all, because I took them out, the other ones. Y'all don't know. Y'all can't tell because I edit. I took them out.
Make a difference ourselves. So with this...
All right. So that's RIP to all those brothers who was unalive. But the newest one, little Demartravian, RIP. Now, all you so-called blacks and all y'all watch your children. Come, you got to protect. You got to protect. Bro, all my brothers, Run Rock, all my brothers and sisters who are driving trucks. Now, if you're white, you really don't have these issues to worry about. But when you're black and melanated, these are things, Rich Fly, sister, we have to still worry about this in 2025. There are black truck drivers going missing. All right? Copyright disclaimers are in effect for educational purposes only.
Several years ago, in what should have been just another routine delivery in Florida, Shamar Elion experienced something that would haunt him every day. His truck had broken down at an old Circle K gas station on Highway 301 in Citra, Florida, a place that looked harmless enough in the daylight.
So this young black man driving a truck, he got a job. He working. He driving his truck broke down at a Citra gas station. He's in Citra, Florida. That's in Ocala. That's about an hour and a half away. And it's country wood stuff, all right? So everywhere, it's everywhere, right? So I don't live nowhere. Like, I wouldn't live there. Now, one of my sisters actually live there now, but her and her husband, they foolish. Because they live in all type of crazy places. Well, knock themselves out, right? I wouldn't live there, all right? Because there's like, certain areas where they got Confederate flags and all. I ain't being too close to all that. Because when news events like the unaliving of the Charlie Kirk dude happened, that's when you live in those type of neighborhoods, they know that's where it happens. That's what I'm saying, bro. These people that live in go to these universities, y'all living around these areas that have got history of racist acts being done, and you living there, all it takes is for a manufactured event like the Charlie Kirk person to get unalived, and then they blaming blacks, and we ain't have nothing to do with it. And they gonna come and be lynching blacks. It ain't nothing new. So this person, I would never live in Ocala. I went there before. I went to their Goodwill when I was doing my eBay. I used to sell my products. I seen it. You know what I mean? One of my sister live there now somewhere. I'm like, y'all tripping. I would never live there. You understand? Because they got these racist pockets, right? Those whites, some of those whites that been there, right? They got old since slavery. They're the ones with the furniture, with the hair in the in the furniture. They got slave bones on those ones that have the noose hanging in their yard and stuff. You tripping? So I think they'll have a Confederate flag on the side of their house too. Okay? So I'm like, yo, y'all tripping. Y'all tripping. I'm good. I'd rather live somewhere where it's more diverse. So when this news event that happened, I'm not worried in my neighborhood. Everybody here ain't nothing happening. You know what I'm saying? All right, so anyway, all you truck drivers, if you're black, you need to have a licensed gun to carry. And you need to have plenty of ammo. You should probably have 2 or 3. because you out on this road and your truck break down at 1 o'clock in the morning on some stretch. Look at this stretch with woods all around. Now you on your phone trying to get AAA or the truck people to come help you, but it's 2 o'clock in the morning. And you on some dirt, you on this road, County Road 135 or something. You understand? And the good old boys, and you ain't got no gun. See, this is where these people go missing. So run rock and all y'all truck drivers. Go get your gun license if you don't. You need to be, bro, y'all tripping. All right, let's continue.
His dispatcher's instructions were simple. Stay with the vehicle and wait for the company tow truck.
All right, so he got broke down. Look at the brother. His truck broke down. Yeah, it's right by Gators. What's the name? She said Gators, but it's right by the college. What's that? With a Jackson. The Ocala. Right by the Gators college. The college. UFC, University of Central Florida. Yeah, UFC. No, that's UCF. UFC, the one with the Gators. They play the football. But anyway, let me continue.
That would hunt him every day. His truck had broken down at an old Circle K gas station on Highway 301 in Citra, Florida, a place that looked harmless enough in the daylight. His dispatcher's instructions were simple. Stay with the vehicle and wait for the company tow truck. Inside the gas station, an elderly Caucasian woman behind the counter was as sweet as can be. When she asked how he was doing, Elian explained the situation, that his truck had broken down and he'd been waiting for hours. What happened next would save his life. The woman called the police. When a police officer arrived, Shamar was confused. "What's the problem?" the officer asked, assessing the situation. After examining the truck, the officer delivered news that sent chills down Shamar's spine. "Listen, I'm going to have to take you somewhere." As they drove away from the gas station, the officer revealed the terrifying truth. She didn't call the police on you. She called the police for you. I know her personally. In 45 minutes, that sun was going to go down, and you were going to go missing. The officer took Shamar to a well-lit mall where he...
Now, y'all hear this story? The white lady in the store saved his life. The officer said, oh, she didn't call the police on you. She called the police for you. Because the sun gonna go down in a couple of hours, and you gonna go missing. All right? No. She called the police to get him out of there. That's what. And the black cop said, we know her.
He could wait safely. Even the tow truck driver, when he learned exactly we're gonna go missing, the officer took Shamar to a well-lit mall where he could wait safely. Even the tow truck driver, when he learned exactly where the vehicle had broken down, refused to enter the small town after dark. When Shamar later shared the story on TikTok with...
Even the tow truck driver said, oh, I'm not coming to pick up that truck till the morning. I'm not going in that town at night. Save that man's life. He didn't know nothing. He was just going, he's like, okay, I'm cool, right? I'm just wait till this dispatcher, they're going to send the truck in a couple hours. The cop said, oh, no, you would have ended up missing. The cop took him and dropped him off outside of the Sundown town. Outside of the town. This is America today.
Without naming the location, multiple commenters immediately responded with, Citra, Florida.
So he posted it on TikTok, and they immediately start responding. It might be Citra, Florida. You talking about the Circle K on 301. He said, yup. He said, I work in what used to be a sundown town. They're very much still alive and thriving, and the next generation of them is holding it down. Somebody said the FBI should be investigating these places. They don't care. I showed y'all the video at the clip at the beginning of them, right? The KKK with the cops sitting there, right? They sitting there like, it's like, what? They don't care.
is power.
Every one of them.
Y'all are sons. You are hurt, devastated people.
Right? So they ride around these trucks and everything. So, yeah, the FBI don't care. So this is the reality. So people can, they can talk about, Charlie Kirk ain't racist and Candace and nobody, these people getting all this money and doing all this stuff and they protected, but they supporting and not really calling out the fullness. Because for those who want me, I'm going to do it on the next one. The real tie into them too was once Candace knew what he stood for, what he changed and got paid to stand for, she should have distanced herself and spoke out against that. She should have exposed him. That part. You can't pick and choose who to expose, right? But because you like him and that bag, nah. Nah, not on my watch. I'm sorry. We don't do lukewarm. I'm glad you calling out Macron, right? The woman with that's not a man over in France, and you calling out the wish people over there. That's cool. But you need to call him out. You need to, no. Oh, you riding with that? Nah. What he was promoting and standing for was proliferating this for these people, the generation now that's keeping these sundown towns alive. Shout out to the righteous white folk who ain't with that. You understand? Shout out to that older white lady who called the cops on that brother so he can get him out of there before the sun went down. Or that brother would have went missing like the cops said. This today. Look, as soon as he wrote it, it said, Citrus, Florida. You talk about the Circle K right on 301. Let's continue.
And the Circle K on 301. His simple response, yep. This wasn't just one man's close call. It was a window into a reality that many Americans thought belonged to the past. Sundown towns still exist, and black truck drivers navigate them every single day. Shamar was lucky, but what about the truckers who aren't so lucky? Jalen Deshaun Allen, a 27-year-old from Pell City, Alabama. On February 29, 2024, he departed on what should have been a routine haul for Western Express Trucking Company. Headed to Montego, Tennessee, his 18-wheeler was found abandoned the same day at a Pilot Travel Center. But here's where the story gets disturbing. It took 2 weeks before anyone reported Allen missing. When his family finally filed a police report on March 14th, investigators discovered surveillance footage showing Jalen at an ATM in Montego on February 29th, the last time anyone saw him alive walking toward downtown. His body was found on March 22nd, but authorities have never publicly disclosed where he was found or how he actually died. The case.
So y'all need to be careful. You hear me? You truck drivers, y'all got to get y'all license, bro. His truck broke down, and the last time he was seen walk into town. Apparently, he don't got a gun. With that gun, he probably could have got away. That's why I say you need probably 2 guns. You need a lot of bullets, because they come right. They got a lot of bullets. But when you start to shoot back, they straighten up. I'd rather them find me, shoot me to death, than what they're gonna do to you if they can get you. You understand? Yeah, men, women, truck, both. Not especially, both. Not especially. Don't give a distinction. Both, men and women. Both should have guns. You have to protect yourselves. All right? All right. Both. Yes, absolutely. I understand the distinction, but no, both. All right.
This is closed, but the questions remain. What happened to Jalen Deshaun Allen?
Don't get out of the truck no more.
Take you out. Yes. The sheriff's department's coming to get rid of you and your mud.
In contrast, consider Jason Pearson's case. The 42-year-old driver was dropped off by his wife at his truck in Pennsylvania on June.
All right. So thank you, guys. I kept saying men? I apologize if I was only saying men. I mean men and women. All right. I haven't heard no women with these missing stories, but I'm quite sure it is some. But Men and women. I apologize. Maybe I kept saying men, because usually when you say truckers, you usually think of men. They do have women truckers, but I haven't heard a slew of women stories of women truckers going missing and stuff. I'm quite sure it probably is. It's just not being reported. But yes, so I apologize, Marawa Yah and everybody, men and women. Make sure you truckers, well, everyone needs to get, if you can't get you a gun license, guys, get you trained, go to the shooting range. I'm trying to blow the shofar and warn you before it gets too crazy, before they make it to a point where they start restricting you to be able to buy the guns and learn to train. Please heed the warnings. Protect you. I'm showing, Yah is having me show these stories for a reason. He's not doing it just for willy-nilly. I know y'all, I got plenty lessons I could be doing, but he's having me show these.
12th of 2023. Over the next 58 hours, he traveled through Pennsylvania. 2023 was dropped off by his wife at his truck in Pennsylvania on June 12th of 2023. Over the next 58
So this trucker got dropped off at his wife to his truck. So he started his day.
hours, he traveled through Pennsylvania and Maryland, making his final stop at the Smithfield Food Distribution Center in Northeast Maryland on June 13th at 11:30 a.m. At 11:56 a.m., Smithfield employees saw him waiting for an additional pickup. At noon, he had his final phone conversation with his wife, Latifah, during her lunch break. A routine call from a man who had been with his wife for 26 years, married for the last 17 years, with 3 children, ages 24, 20, and 15. When Latifah called back at 2:40 p.m. after getting off work from her job as a special education paraprofessional, there was no answer. She tried repeatedly to reach him, then contacted his employer, Prime Inc., asking them to send a message through his truck's computer system. When that too went unanswered, she filed a missing person report by phone on June 14th and drove to the Maryland State Police Northeast Barrack on June 15th to speak with investigators in person. Jason had left everything behind in his truck's cab: 2 cell phones, his wallet, credit cards, clothing, and his truck keys. The Freightliner sat abandoned in a lower lot where he'd moved it from an upper lot, still within sight of the distribution center. His family immediately mobilized. On July 8th, Latifah returned with 15 friends and family members, posting 150 missing person flyers and talking to anyone who might have information. Maryland State Police swarmed the property with troopers, detectives, drones, and specially trained scent dogs. Multiple searches followed throughout the summer. It wasn't until October 23rd, over 4 months after Jason vanished, that another truck driver walking into the woods to relieve himself discovered Jason's body approximately at 9:30 a.m. It took investigators another week to confirm the identity and notify the family. The autopsy was performed. Toxicology tests were ordered, and Lieutenant Kirshner declared foul play is not suspected, though he declined to.
No foul play. Don't y'all see, ain't this like a pattern here? Like, anybody notice a pattern here? Everything is no foul play. These people is just unaliving themselves, okay? Yeah, broad daylight.
Actually elaborate due to an ongoing investigation.
Leave me alone. Let's go, damn go. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Leave me alone. Don't kill cops. I'm leaving now. Let's go. Let's go. Get control. Yeah.
Perhaps the most disturbing is the case of Mario Kaiser Jr., a 30-year-old trucking business owner from Charlotte, North Carolina. On the night of April 28th of 2025, he had his final phone conversation with his girlfriend, Janesha Gillings, at 11:38 p.m. They were planning to see each other that Friday. Mario in Charlotte, Janesha in South Carolina.
Now, this young man owned his own trucking company. Him and this girl, the big bear, doing their thing. But they talking about we do this and we more murders. Blacks commit more murders. Blacks are this, blacks are that, blacks are that. Right? You see? This is April this year.
Next morning, Mario was found deceased 50 feet from his apartment. He was found deceased in South Carolina. Each other that Friday. Marsha Gillings at 11:38 p.m. They were planning to see each other that Friday. Mario in Charlotte, Janaisha in South Carolina. The next morning, Mario was found deceased 50 feet from his apartment complex with a noose around his neck. Now, he was found 50 feet from his apartment, so he wasn't on the road doing a delivery. But this case just strikes me as so odd. That's why I added it to this list. The Charlotte-Mecklenburg Police Department classified it as a self-delete without performing an autopsy. The death certificate states self-delete, but the details don't add up, and Mario's family has been documenting every inconsistency. The timeline is the first red flag. Janaisha has a screenshot proving her last call with Mario was at 11:38 p.m. on April 28th, but CMPD Detective Patrick Moore told Mario's mother, Alicia Moore, that security camera footage showed Mario leaving his apartment building at around 10 or 10:30 p.m., over an hour before his girlfriend says they were on the phone. When the family pointed out this impossibility, they received no explanation. The death certificate itself contains errors that the family says prove investigators didn't do their due diligence. No autopsy was performed to check if anything was in Mario's system. The medical examiner made the self-delete determination without the family considering a thorough investigation. More disturbing were the barriers the family faced in seeking answers. Alicia Moore says police never questioned her or allowed her to provide a statement about her son. She's been unable to speak with the chiropractor whose practice was near Mario's apartment and who allegedly found her son's body after 5 a.m. But most shocking of all, she was barred from seeing Mario's body unless she agreed to first embalm him, supposedly due to a risk of spreading germs. And that is very bizarre. I've never heard of that before. The Charlotte-Mecklenburg...
You see, Elder Yaya Zayan? I know he like, I've been saying it all night. Who's doing it? They found him with a noose around his neck. And they're saying, nothing to see here. Nothing adds up. They, again, threatening the family, if you don't do this, then we won't, we're going to embalm, if you don't promise you're going to embalm him right away. You understand?
Police Department has not responded to their emails, phone calls, or voicemail messages about the case. Meanwhile, Janaisha Gillings feels the investigation has been dismissed. I feel like the police are just brushing it off like nothing really happened, she says. Mario's brother, James Mike Jr., captured the family's frustration. My brother comes from a loving family, so the situation has left all of us lost. We just want to know the truth no matter what it is. Right now, we feel like the North Carolina police and the detective on the case just really don't care. The family wants Mario to be remembered for being a hardworking, kind, and compassionate man who was unjustly taken from his loved ones. They created a GoFundMe account to bring Mario back home to Alton, Illinois, and help with funeral expenses. Now, to understand why these cases resonate so deeply in the Black trucking community, you have to understand the weight of history they carry. Sundown towns, communities that deliberately exclude African Americans, requiring us to leave by sunset, weren't a primarily Southern phenomenon. Illinois had 456 confirmed sundown towns alone. So let that sink in.
Y'all heard, did you hear that? Illinois had how much? 400?
6 confirmed sundown towns had 456 confirmed sundown.
Illinois itself got 456 confirmed sundown towns. Y'all see the map? Look at the map. The red is surety. Everywhere where it's bright red is an surety that it's a sundown town. The lighter red is probable sundown town. The lighter yellowish is possible. And the whites or don't, some of those, the other one don't know. The darkest ones are unlikely. And the black dots are black towns or townships. You see? So this is everywhere. You see this wrist flag when you watch this on the replay? Shalom Yahasaf Ban Yashra. So they're gonna miss me with this, the Kirk incident and him saying, blacks got equal rights and there is nothing and blacks is equal and everything. It was better for them. Oh, this is today. So y'all be careful. Look at that cluster right here. But whoever live up in this cluster right here, that's some craziness. That's the Midwest, right? That's a cluster, Fuck. Okay? Wow. We ain't got too many down here. That's good. All right? But I know where they at because I done drove Uber all over the place. Oh, I done seen them. I know exactly where they at here. With they Confederate flags hanging on their houses and stuff. They got them on their house. It's craziness. But look up in there, bro. Look over there in Cal. Look over on the West Coast. It's a lot over there. That's what someone said. It's a lot in Cali. Look. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Y'all protect yourself, man. Y'all know the Most High is telling y'all, be wise. Yeah, you see him. You see up in here, that's the East Coast. You know they up there in upstate New York. You know how that is. You know about that, y'all, Ron. That's where they send us to prison at. Right? But yeah. All right, let's continue.
Pounds alone. So let that at 456 confirming us to leave by sunset. We're on cities that deliberately exclude African Americans, requiring us to leave by sunset. We're on a primarily southern phenomenon. Illinois had 456 confirmed sundown towns alone. So let that sink in. These towns used posted signs, housing covenants, violence, and economic coercion to maintain racial segregation, while the Fair Housing Act of 1968 prohibited legal enforcement. What historian James W. Lowen calls second-generation sundown town problems persist today. Black truck drivers face this legacy every day on the road. They report being denied job interviews after traveling long distances, excluded from the good old boy networks that share job opportunities, and harassed with racial slurs over CB radio channels. In June 2025, a truck driver named Bossed Up Int was threatened by construction workers in Clyde, North Carolina, who used bulldozers to tip over his trailer while falsely accusing him of theft. The trucking industry itself acknowledges the problem. 47% of motor carriers admit racism is an industry problem, and transportation workers filed over 10,500 discrimination charges with the EEOC between 2009 and 2019. In this environment, grassroots organizations have stepped up where official systems fall short. Michael Ware founded Black Truckers United in 2014, creating a 1,000-member Facebook community that shares job opportunities, safety information, and mutual support. The Missing Truck Driver Alert Network, founded in 2012 by Carrie and Lee Fisher, has issued hundreds of alerts and mobilized social media searches for missing drivers. These networks exist because the official systems often fail.
All right, so to any truckers, black, white, whatever, but the blacks are going missing, right? Now to Yahusaf, I forgot how you say Yosef or something. To you, brother, maybe it could be that town you're talking about in North Carolina could have been a sundown town in the past. So maybe that map is not just saying the sundown towns, because like right now, technically, there is no racism, right? Technically, everything is safe, right? So, because technically, what's that, Cleveland, where DeMontre was just hung, is not a sundown town, technically anymore. But the residents are saying the racism still, right? So maybe, Yosef, maybe that city you're talking about, and Sister Roberta said, please post the city, because we got a lot of people from North Carolina, right? We got some elders. Maybe that city was a sundown town back, when everything was, maybe they took the sign down and maybe it's not overt, or right? He says, I don't know how often it's updated, but I drive for Uber and Lyft. The town is Wrightsville Beach. But you're right. Maybe it was, it's probably, they probably saying it was in the past. But I would say still be careful, right? Because listen, y'all, if what they are trying to do continues, we know that later it will, right? Because it's all prophecy. That same place that you're talking about, watch the sundown action take place without it being technically a sundown town, right? It's the difference is how soon things switch with a light switch. I had a story I was going to show. It was a light switch story. And I don't got time now because it's already 1:30. So I got to do another part. So what I was going to do, it's so funny that what I was going to do after this was I was going to show a story where it was a light switch story, where a sister was a little too comfortable, right? And it was in a light switch. Man, these spirits be taking over people and but yeah. So just, be careful, everyone. So maybe that, like we said, maybe that map is just showing from the past even. So what I do like about it is if that map, we know that in the past that map is legit, right? But we need to pay attention because what history, if it doesn't repeat, it sure enough rhymes. Do you understand? That's a fact. If history doesn't always repeat succinctly, but it sure enough mirrors itself, rhymes. So with that, we need to know if that city is on that sundown town from the past. I need to know what spirit is over that town. Because remember, there's spirits over every principality, building, stuff. So praise the Most High. So praise the Most High. So now it's 1:30. Boy, I'll be putting so much together. I got like 2 more hours of stuff, and I got a real strong one I was going to bring up, but it's too long. Because I know once I get into that teaching, we'll be here at 3 a.m. So I got to save that for another one. And it sucks because I wanted to bring this so much back. I wanted to teach y'all something. That's the part I said I was about to teach y'all something y'all ain't never known. And I can't because the clip alone, the thing is like 30 minutes. And you know, once I break down stuff, that's going to be an hour and 30 minutes. And then I got another clip to break down that. And then I got the receipt from Wikipedia. I got the, yeah, that's a whole, let me not even start that. So that sucks because I really wanted to get that out, but it's okay. All right. I mean, all right. So let me close out. I need to close out with my breakdown, my outro. Because if I get into this other one, because that's too long too. Because I got another one that I wanted to get into. And if I do the fullness of it, that'll be another hour. And I got my breakdown. This stuff goes so fast, guys. I've been having so much info, bro. So even though I want to bring the other one, which will y'all will get a good laugh at it too. But one of the clips is too long, and I want to keep them all together because they tie in together. All right. So yeah. So I'm gonna just have to save that for Wednesday. Oh man. All right. Let me do my breakdown. You see? All right. So because y'all know I tie it on up. Let me tie it on up. Let's tie it on. Let's bring the fruit of the Most High for all this understanding. All right? So let me give me a little backdrop. I'm going to just do this little backdrop. Which one I want to do? I'm going to just do this one, whatever. Right? I'm going to do this backdrop. Right? Share this tab instead. Make it full screen. Bang. All right? Now you got a little backdrop. Let's tie this on up with the word of the Most High, the truth of what's happening. The warning, everybody, the warning. The Most High is blowing the shafar, the shofar. He's warning his children what's coming, what's out there. It is nothing to play with. This is the watchman's cry, right? Ezekiel 3:17. Son of man, I have made thee a watchman unto the house of Yasharal. Therefore, hear the word at my mouth and give them warning from me. The Most High told our brother Hazar Ezekiel, to warn the children. Warn them. You understand? My brothers and sisters, we are living in the most perilous times. We know that the biblical prophecy is coming to pass, and woe is on the earth. You understand? These are not days for you to be in slumber. These are not the times for you to be lulled to sleep, running around like ain't nothing can go wrong. These are not the times for you to be asleep. These are not the days for distraction. These are not the days for complacency. These are the days when the watchman must sound the trumpet. We are in the Feast of Trumpet 2 days ago. When the voices, we are in the time when the voices of the Most High's elect must cry aloud and spare not. We are in the time when the people must be warned to open their eyes and to guard every step that they take, everywhere that they go. So tonight, I come before you with a message that is both urgent and unsettling. We're in the time of woe, Hazayak. It's the beginning. It is a message tonight that I brought forth that about the traps that are laid, the snares that have been laid for our people by people who are being seduced by the serpent, the masses, and those who are of the serpent. Shout out to the righteous other nations, the whites and other nations of people who would help us. This is all biblical, okay? Tonight's message is about the snares that are being set in the shadows, about the dangers that walk with us, that drive along on the highways and byways and throughways and lurk in the towns that we pass through. Yahasef, that we drive through Ubers, that we drive our trucks, that we drive our taxis, that we drive our delivery systems, medication and stuff. See, the Most High has me blowing the shofar, the shofar, and warn the people we cannot ignore these things. See, I taught y'all about the black truck drivers going missing. See, but and I'm replanting the seed about the sundown towns that still live today in the belly of America. But some of them, Yahasaf, might be hidden, but you don't know what's in the belly. You might, on the outside, it might look all peaceful. But in the belly and the soul of the land, that blood in that soil is the sundown time. So I broke down some of the recent hangings in Mississippi. I broke down the whispers of
your grandfather
of the race war.
I was not perfect either. Listen to the house of Yah and learn, children.
I broke down the whispers on the internet of them trying to start a race war, and they stirring up the spirit in the people. So when those places, Yahasaf, that me and you was doing Uber and it was cool, but they're stirring up a spirit in people. And we cannot ignore these things. We cannot pretend that these events that's happening, the hangings and all this stuff, are isolated. We cannot hide, children, behind the comfort and say statements like, it won't happen to me. Because the word of the Most High says, be sober, be vigilant, because your adversary, the devil, as a roaring lion, he walketh about seeking whom he may devour. 1 Peter. Okay? See, all across America, the highways, they stretch like veins and arteries across the land. And the trucks that ride on those roads, they are carrying the lifeblood of this nation. The truckers, food, fuel, medicine, supplies. Without any of these things, the shelves of the stores would be empty, the gas stations would be dry, and the hospitals would be bare. They are carrying the lifeblood of the nation of America. But black truckers are going missing. See, behind the engines and the glow of the headlights, in the dark of the night, there's a crisis brewing, and they're not being spoken of. Black truck drivers have been going missing and being hung. These brothers and sisters who set out to work, who kissed their families goodbye before going out on a long haul, they're vanishing on the road and being found unalived. And the system is saying, no foul play. See, some of them get found days later with their trucks abandoned at truck stops. Some have the keys still in the ignition. Some have their personal belongings all untouched. Others, they simply disappear. Some bodies never discovered. Their names not even mentioned across the broad media. Their names, their identities fading into rumors. Families left broken, searching for answers but getting no reprieve. While the official reports chalk it up as no foul play. Nothing to see here. But I come to tell y'all we know better. We know better. For history has shown us time and time again that the black man, the so-called blacks, blood is cheap in the eyes of this world. And we can thank our ancestors for that. Y'all know, Unc, I hold accountability where it lay. We can thank our ancestors for that. But this is our reality. So for the other nations that want to believe that stuff that Charlie Kirk was teaching, all that stuff, y'all can believe what you want. Our reality is different for some statistics. He always talking about statistics. Stats say, statistics say, the statistics. Who writing it? The same people who unaliven us? The devil's a lie. See, through time and time again, the so-called black peoples, when I say man, I mean mankind. The black man's blood is cheap in the eyes of this world. Yeah, data says. See, his labor is wanted, but his life is disposable. When I was talking about his, I'm talking about black man, woman, and child. So y'all sisters, y'all know what I'm talking about. Mankind, you are the womb of man. Y'all let me teach. His labor is wanted, but his blood is disposable. The black man's strength is used, but his soul is disregarded. See, the highways can be a wilderness. That's why I showed y'all those trucks, and you see it was one row surrounded by trees. See, the highways at night can be a wilderness where the predators roam unseen. See, they live in those woods, those towns. So you truck drivers, listen up. The Bible says, yea, though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I will fear no evil, for thou art with me. See, it's the word. But y'all's going to call a watchman to warn you, to guard yourself. Be very, very discerned and absolute of the places where you are to go, the timing where you are to be there, to make sure you're very well equipped to protect yourself. If you get this truck broken down in the middle of some highway 301 at 3 o'clock in the morning, you understand? When nobody's coming can get to you for hours, You need to have an arsenal. You need to be prepared for the valley of the shadow of death. See, truck drivers themselves is a hard, what's the name? Occupation, right? Driving, I know, I drove. I log about 300 miles a day. I know that work. I did it for 7 years. 300 or more miles a day. Some days be 500-600 miles, right? Hard work. So truck drivers, you face exhaustion, right? You face loneliness because you're out on the road. So that's why I was able to come home every night, right? And you also face danger. That's just truck drivers, period. But for the black truck driver, there is another shadow for them. That's called the shadow of racism. See, for the so-called black in America, we don't just have the regular exhaustion from the job. We got an unseen shadow called racism. The black truck driver is being watched, being followed, and being marked. All of us. They marked DeMar Travion. He was watched, he was followed, he was hung at that school. You understand? See, there's long stretches of these rural roads, on these back roads. They become the hunting ground for these remnant of serpent seed that have a vitriol spirit of hate for the color of your skin. And a broken down truck on the wrong road in the wrong town can be a death sentence. See, the sundown towns, they might make you think they're gone. They ain't never went nowhere. It's a hidden threat. See, there is a place that America tries to bury. I was going to show that clip too. I got so much. It's going to come out on part 7. I got other clips where they are actually removing historical landmarks from towns and cities. The president has given these orders. They're removing, saying slavery wasn't there. This wasn't a sundown town. They are removing this stuff so we can be destroyed by a lack of knowledge. Do you understand? Now listen, they are trying to rewrite this history and bury the history of the sundown towns. What is a sundown town? It's a place where the law or the unwritten law said that black people must not be found here after dark. A town where the signs once stood boldly and it declared on the signs, "Iggers, don't let the sun set on you here." See, I showed y'all earlier town, later it got toned down where it just said sundown town. But some of the original signs said Niggers, don't let the sun set on you here. These were a place where the police, where mobs and so-called good citizens would enforce this rule with threats, with actual violence and blood. And these towns were not just in the South. That's why I showed you the map. They were scattered across the whole Midwest, the whole West, even far north, in the East, even up in New York, up further up, in Illinois, in Indiana, in Oregon, and California, from coast to coast. See, some of the signs are gone now, and some of those laws are no longer on the books, but the spirit still remains over these places. The hostility, the resentment, the envy is still there in some of these descendants. They've passed this generational sin on. See? So when a black truck driver rolls into one of those places, stopping to get gas, food, or trying to pull over to get rest, if you don't know, the danger is real and it's right in your face. The Sundown town is not just a relic of the past, it's a shadow that still lingers. It's a reminder that there are corners, there are places in the United States where the so-called Black people's presence is not welcome, even in daylight. Okay? The Bible says, woe unto them that devise iniquity and work evil upon their beds. When the morning is light, they practice the evil because it is in the power of their hand. That's the book of Micah 2:1. Woe unto them that devise iniquity and work evil upon their beds when the morning is light. They practice it. So I'm warning you, brothers and sisters, know everywhere you travel, study the maps, ask questions, find out the history of the place we are driving and working. Another story I was going to show is, that was the one where the person was from the Caribbean. I'm going to show it on part 2. I'll show it next week. And she moved to the Bronx, New York, right? Beautiful Black sister. And she met a person, they got married. They moved, I think, to Pennsylvania somewhere. Then they was doing well. They had 5 children. Then she got a job, a promotion, and they moved to Georgia. And right now, she's unalived. You understand? So, I'm giving you a warning that everywhere is not safe. Every town is not safe. Every street is not welcoming. Just because the sign of the Sundown town is gone does not mean that the threat is gone. Okay? There are echoes all through America of strange fruit. Hangings. The soil of Mississippi is soaked in blood as the rest of the country. It has drunk the blood of many Black men, women, and children hung from trees, burned, drowned, shot, dragged to death. Today, we still getting stories, Black men found hanging in Mississippi. Do you understand? Brand new. But they're calling it, the officials, the police rush to call it suicide. But we know better. The families continue to cry out like in the past. It wasn't suicide. But no one, the system doesn't care. So even as the whispers still come out, more bodies are being unalive, more unexplained deaths. The Bible says they have shed innocent blood, even the blood of their sons and of their daughters, and the land was polluted with their blood in the book of Psalms 106. But Mississippi ain't alone. No, don't just pull out Mississippi. These unalivings and hangings are echoes of a system that ain't never died. These lynchings were meant to terrorize, to silence, to control. They were created publicly as public spectacles. Come on, Yaron. Strange fruit hanging from trees, just as the old song said. And when we see men being found hanging from trees today, we must understand that this dark devil spirit of lynching is still alive. I'm going to go all next week, going to be crazy. Wednesday going to be nuts. I wanted to do it tonight, but see, they're stirring the race war on the internet as I broke down. But the dangers of what they're stirring up in the people, the danger does not lie only in the fields, in the forests, in the rural country places. The danger used to lie in the streets in the 60s, in the 70s, in the 50s. But now it's moved to the digital realm. The danger's moved to the internet. It's alive on the message boards, in the comment sections, in the hidden forums, there is a stirring of the pot. There is a plotting. It's landing itself in people's minds. Division. So some are speaking out openly about a race war. Some are calling for the president. I showed you the clip tonight. Start the race war. Start the civil war. Let us go door to door. Some are sharing the propaganda, spreading the fear. They're eating the bait. They are provoking others to violence. They're using memes. They're using the videos. They're using hashtags. And they're using the lies and false data to stoke the flames. But the Bible warns us. The Messiah, our Mashiach, who they call Jesus, he said, and ye shall hear of wars and rumors of wars. The Messiah said, see that ye be not troubled, for all these things must come to pass, but the end is not yet. Oh, we ain't in the conclusion yet. We at the beginning, baby. For nation shall rise against nation and kingdom against kingdom. That's Matt 24. You heard? Oh, yeah. Wars and rumors of wars. It's going to get worse. Do you see it, children? Nation against nation. Race against race. People against people. The internet is the new pulpit of hate. And our people are caught in the crossfire. Black people had nothing to do with the unaliving of Charlie Kirk. But we caught in the crossfire, being mocked, being blamed, being demonized, and sometimes even being lured into responding with the same spirit of hate. That's why I'm calling out black people, white people, age, whatever it is. Come out of the lies of the theater of the world stage, the script. Put down the script. Some are being lured into the script, even the black, responding with the same spirit of hate. We must not fall for it. The enemy wants us all divided. The Most High said we are to love one another. The Messiah speaks the word of the Father. Love your neighbors, you love yourself. They want us divided. They want us afraid. They want us scared. The enemy wants us to destroy each other while he watches from the sidelines, from the shadows. The puppet master. They're baiting us. But Yah has given a call for some to be a watchman. And what do? I'm a watchman. And so I'm deputizing every last one of y'all. It was 100 here on this live tonight. But I know it ain't 100 now. Y'all ain't got to tell me how many it is. I don't care. But I know there's people going to watch on the replay. Y'all listen clearly. It's a deputizing happening right now. I'm a watchman and I do my Father's work. But I ain't the only watchman. The Most High is calling the watchmen's and men's. Come on, sisters. You hear me? Y'all come on, youngsters. So what do? What we do? What we do is we don't hide. We don't have fear. We don't be scared. We don't bite the bait. We don't allow them to make our light dark light. We don't despair. We don't give in to fear. We become watchmen. We become sober. We become vigilant. We move with discernment. You heard? The word says, watch ye, stand fast in the faith, quit you like men, be strong, 1 Corinthians. We keep watch. We warn the wicked. We warn the weak. We warn them of their wicked. We warn the others of the wicked in their wicked ways. We teach our sons and daughters to be cautious, to be discerning. You hear me? We warn our brothers and sisters that are out there trucking on the highways and byways. You hear me? Uber and truck drivers, what Unc is doing. Watchmen. We mark down the towns that are dangerous. We assemble and we come together. When Unc put the lesson, we say, well, I live in this town. Let me know what you, that town got a history. I don't know if you know. You warn each other. We be our brother's keeper. We use discernment when strangers speak to us. Ooh. Come on, y'all. Y'all listen clearly. What do? We use discernment when strangers speak to us. When we out on our jobs and businesses and coming home from work and driving trucks or whatever, or working at the Dollar General, you got to walk home or something, you keep your cell phones charged. You write down the FBI's number and plug it in your phone, plug the internet, you keep your cell phones charged. But more than that, the most we can do, we stay prayed up. You hear that part? We keep the full armor of Yah on at all times. Come on, Anna Yah. We test all spirits. See, the missing truck drivers are not just a crime story. I showed it tonight. It ain't just a crime story. It's a sign. The missing truck drivers today is a sign that sundown towns are not just history, they're prophecy. The hangings are not just tragedies, they're warnings. The race war that they implementing online is not just talk, it's preparation. The shofar is being blown, blow the trumpet, warn the people. Ezekiel, the watchman, warn the people. Let me break something down, Dolores Shaw. Y'all listen clearly. Now y'all listen up. The trumpet is sounding. All of y'all's children, at the sound of my voice, let me see, I'm probably going to get loud right now. Let me turn my mic down a little bit. All y'all's children at the sound of my voice. All right, there we go. Let me turn down a little more. All y'all's children, there we go, because I'm about to get loud. I got a word from y'all right now. Y'all listen clearly. I do not come tonight to speak these words to terrify you. Nah, I come to prepare you, to awaken you to the truth. And the truth is this. The enemy lies, but the Most High Yah is truth. The enemy blinds, but Yah gives sight. The enemy kills, but Yah gives life. The enemy divides, but Yah unites. The enemy tempts, but Yah delivers. The enemy steals, but Yah restores. The enemy weakens, but Yah strengthens. The enemy condemns, but Yah redeems. The enemy accuses, but my Abba Yah justifies. The enemy plants fear, but Yah gives courage. The enemy can stir up chaos, but Yah brings peace and shalom. The enemy will set his traps, but Yah makes a way. The enemy might confuse, but Yah brings clarity. The enemy comes to destroy, but the Most High Yah rebels. The enemy might enslave, but Yah sets free. The enemy devours, but Yah protects. The enemy will twist, but Yah will straighten it right on out. The enemy darkens, but Yah is the light. The enemy distracts, but Yah refocuses. The enemy tries, but Yah is victorious. I come to bring a word tonight. I come to bring a word tonight. Do y'all hear me? Let me say it again, another way. The enemy prowls, but Yah is greater. The enemy lies, but Yah is the truth. Let me bring it this way. Let me bring it in the way of the scripture. Let me do it this way. When the devil lies, You tell them, Mashiach is the way, the truth, and the life. All right, let's go. Let's do it this way. All right, let me do it this way. Let me turn my mic back up because I knew I was going to get loud on that. Now let me turn my mic back up a little bit because I ain't going to be too loud on this. Y'all listen. When the devil lies, you tell that devil, the Mashiach is the way, the truth, and the life. You might lie, but the Messiah is the truth. John 14. When the enemy blinds, you tell him, the Most High opens the eyes of the blind. Psalm 146 and 8. Oh, come on, I come to play the Larashah. Y'all listen clearly. When the enemy kills, you tell him the thief comes only to steal and kill and destroy. But Mashiach said, I came that they may have everlasting life. Oh, y'all talk to me. Y'all listen clear. Come on now, y'all. Y'all listen up. When the enemy divides, you tell them that they may all be one, but as you, Father, are in me, and I in you, and you in me, and we are one. So while you dividing, me and my brothers, my family, we are hide in the Father. John 17 and 21, that they may all be ahayad. When the enemy divides, you tell them, I and my Father are one. Come on now, y'all. When the enemy is tempting, you tell them, the Most High knows how to rescue his children from trials. 2 Peter. And then you tell him, he delivers us from temptation. Though I deliver you from temptation. Come on, one true scribe. When the enemy tries to steal, you tell him, the book of Joel, Ya'al 2 and 25. I will restore to you the years that the swarming locusts have eaten. You hear me? Come on, one true sky. This is what you tell the enemy when he want to steal your shalom. He want to steal your wealth, steal your peace, steal your job. Oh, no. You can have that. Do you not understand? Because the Most High said, I will restore to you the years that the swarming locust has eaten. Book of Ya'al, Joel, this Bible. So when the enemy weakens you, you know what you say to him then? Once you start, you say, I can do all things through the Messiah, Mashiach, who strengthens me. Philippians, the Bible tells us how to fight, children. When the enemy in your life starts to condemn you, you tell them there is no, there is therefore now no condemnation for those who are in Mashiach HaMashiach, Yahawashah HaMashiach, Yahayashah HaMashiach. You know what I mean? For those who don't know his name, y'all can say Jesus the Christ if you are you don't know the true name yet. You hear me? Come on, Sister Smurra. When he condemns, you say, there is therefore now no condemnation for those who are in Mashiach, Romans 8 and 1. Hold on, I got to turn it down. I thought I was gonna be calm. Thank you, Zayana. Oh, no, ain't no calm on this. The word of Yah is alive. You heard? Let me bring it down a little more. The word is a roaring lion. The word itself is a roaring lion. Y'all come on. Listen to me. When the enemy accuses you, you know what you tell him? You want to accuse the accuser of the brethren. You tell him it is Yah who justifies. Who is it to condemn? Romans 8 and 33. How dare you could accuse me? It is Yah who justifies. Who is it who going to condemn? The devil's a lie. When the enemy come to plant fear in you, you know what you tell them, children? Yah gave us a spirit, not of fear. Come on, somebody speak to me. Not of fear, but of power and of love and of self-control and of a sound mind. 2 Timothy 1. You tell them, I'm giving you the tools. I'm giving you the armor. This is the sword. The sword is the word. Do you understand? The sword. You got to be able to fight. When he took Mashiach on that mountain and tried to tempt him, Mashiach gave him the word, the Messiah. So when the enemy comes to stir chaos in your life, you tell him, my Abba Yah is not an aliyah of confusion, but of shalayam, adversary of peace. 1 Corinthians 14. My aliyah is not an aliyah of confusion, but of peace. When you try to stir some chaos in my life, that's why I said, don't let them get you out of your righteousness. They try to come in tonight. They got me a little bit. They got a little riled up because we was on the time. We was talking about, we was in a grieving for the little brother that was unalived. And then you see, I reeled it back in. I said, oh, hold on. I let this little fool come in here with his devices and got me a little stirred up. Nah, my Messiah, the Messiah said, I leave you my peace in the midst of the storm. So you got to gain yourself, children. Stay discerning of the wiles of the adversary trying to stir you up. You understand? Trying to stir some chaos. Nah, Yah is not the aliyah of confusion, but of shalom, of order, of law. So when the enemy try to trap you up, oh yeah, they set traps and baits. When he tries to trap you up, you tell him the Most High will make your paths straight. Book of Proverbs 3:6. Yah will make your path straight. So as you try to trap me and get me going on a wind and roll, my Father straightened out my paths, the Gamma Yah, the way. And when the enemy tries to confuse you, Sister Smurra, you tell him, Book of James said, Yaakov said, if any of you lacks wisdom, let him ask of Yah, who gives generously. So when you're in confusion, you go to the word and you ask the Father for discernment. Do you understand? When the enemy tries to destroy what you have built, you tell him in the book of Isaiah 61, it says, they shall build up the ancient ruins. They shall raise up the former devastations. You know what you tell him, Ashaya? You tell the enemy, oh, you destroyed my house. I didn't look. Oh, that ain't nothing new. And Isaiah 61 says, you know how they be talking about strong said, I don't need strongs. I need the Bible. I need good old King Yaakov. You heard? The Jacobite, the Yesharalite. I don't need Strong's. Strong said, I don't care about Strong. I care about Yashayaha 61 said, they shall build up the ancient ruins. They shall raise up the former devastations. So we are builders. We're survivors. They burned down Tulsa. They burned down McCoy, Rosa. We going to build something back up. They burned down our bodies. We build ourselves back up. This part. Whole armor of Yah, I'm giving you the sword. See, when the enemy enslaves, you know what you tell him out of Yah? When the enemy enslaves, you say, come on, y'all, I'm laughing already. When the enemy comes to enslave, you tell him, whoever the Son sets free is free indeed. If the Son sets you free, you will be free indeed. The devil of John 8, whoever the Son sets free is free indeed. You can do what you will. You can have this body all you want, but you'll never get my rayat, my spirit. You understand? Who the Son sets free, the Son of the Most High Yah, his bayan, his only begotten bayan, sets free is free indeed. You heard? And when the enemy comes to devour, when he comes to devour you, you go to 2 Thessalonians 3. And you tell him, the Most High Yah is faithful. He will strengthen me and he'll protect me from you, evil one. 2 Thessalonians 3:3. It's all in the Bible. The whole armor of Yah. When the enemy try to twist your mind, twist your thoughts, twist you into disbelief, twist you into confusion, you know what you tell him? Isaiah 45:2, he will make your crooked paths straight. You say, you might be twisting my thoughts, but great is he that will make my crooked paths straight. I got my Bible. You hear me? You hear me? This part, Yashiyaha. And when the enemy brings dark days into your life, darkness, you tell him, Yah is light. and in him is no darkness at all. 1 John 1 and 5. You tell him, I am the light. You can darken everything around me all you want, but my lamp is stay lit. I'm the light in the darkness. And when the enemy distracts, puts these distractions in your path, I'm teaching you how to fight, children. You tell them, Colossians 3 and 2. The Bible says, set your minds on things above and not on earthly things. You look for spiritual. So you trying to distract me on the world stage, you puppet master, with the devices of the world, but I ain't looking at earthly things. My mind is set on your spirit. I'm discerning your raya. So you can't distract me, because when the enemy distracts, Yah brings focus. And when the enemy tries you, you tell him, 1 Corinthians, all thanks be to Yah. 1 Corinthians 15, all thanks be to Yah, who gives us the victory through our Mashiach, our Hamashiach, Yahawashah HaMashiach, our Savior, our path to salvation, our King, our Messiah. But thanks be to Yah, who gave us victory through his only Yah's Son. So when the enemy tries, Yah has already given us victory, triumph. Praise Yah's holy name. See, children, the danger out there, now I can turn my mic down. Up again. The danger out there, there we go. I can keep it there. The danger that's outside is for real. But so is deliverance. You hear me, Ziana? The danger that they're setting up all the traps is real, but so is salvation. See, the trap is set, but the righteous, we shall not be forsaken. See, in Psalms 34, it says, the Malach, the angel of the Most High, encampeth round about them that fear him, and delivereth them. The ones that have Yahweh, reverence, respect of the Most High's authority and love, it says the angel, a Malach of the Most High, encampeth round about those that have Yahweh of the Most High, and delivereth them. So we got an angel, a Malach of Yah, that encampeth us round about. I'm telling y'all, it's your righteousness. The word. When these people are going to be running to and fro, not understanding what to do, where to go. They don't understand. Oh, the Bible is just a book of this and just a white man's book, and they say it's this book and it's that and this, that. Oh, the word is your protection. An angel, a Malach of Yah, Psalms 34 and 7, a Malach of Yah encampeth round about them that have Yahweh of the Most High, and will deliver them. So the covering and protection. So children of Yah, be wise, be cautious, be prayerful, be strong, put on your whole armor, sound the trumpet, blow the shofar, warn your brothers and your sisters, teach your children, and above all, Sister Smurra, above all, you cling, you grab hold to the Most High. You grab hold to the Most High, for he alone is our refuge, our fortress, and our deliverer, the Father, the creator of all things. You grab on and you don't let go to the Father. The book of Psalms says, for in the time of trouble, he shall hide me in his pavilion. In the secret of his tabernacle shall he hide me. He shall set me upon a rock. You hear me? Psalms 27. Come on, bro. Come on, One True Sky. We all through Psalms. The Bible, guys, tells us the protection, the sword. The name of Yah is a strong tower. The righteous run into it and are safe. For in that time of trouble, he shall hide me. So you stay awake, children of Yah. Forget that woke. Stay awake. Let them be woke, left, right, whatever, wings of the same serpent. You stay discerned. You stay awake, not asleep. You stay with your eyes open, your ears open, your discernment, head on swivel. You stay with your armor on. You stay with that sword in your mouth, the full word. You stay in your righteousness. You stay covered in the blood of the Lamb. I know Christianity done twisted that. That ain't no Carrie stuff from a scary movie. The blood that he shed, the blood is the will, it's the soul. That's what the blood means. People don't even understand that part. That in the soul is in the blood, and the soul is the will, and the free will is what we have given. The Most High has given us to choose him or choose darkness to make it home. So Mashiach gave his will to the Father, so he gave the blood. So we have to be one with his blood, covered in his will, because he's doing the will of the Father. So we being one with Mashiach's will, the Messiah's will, we one with the Father's will. That's covered in the blood of the Lamb. Ain't no wicked, scary movie with you covered in blood. The blood is the will of Yah. Mashiach said, not my will, Father, but your will. The soul is in the blood, and the soul is the will. That's why they want your soul. That's why they want your blood. Do you get it? That's why they want to sacrifice and do blood covenants. They want to unalive you, hang you, behead you, do all this so your blood can go into the ground like Abayah, Abel. Oh, what a word. What a word. I'm going to close right here. Yes, Fariyah. They can't teach you, Fariyah, because they don't have the Rayak. They don't have the keys of the mystery. They think everything is physical. They have no idea that that's the will. That's what it's all about. That's what the blood is. They don't understand. I'm going to close out with this. Let me turn my mic down a little bit. I'm going to close it here. What a mighty word. 2 o'clock. Here we go. Last word from the Father. The enemy lies, but Yah is true. The enemy blinds, but Yah gives sight. The enemy kills, but Yah gives life. The enemy divides, but Yah unites. The enemy tempts, but Yah delivers. The enemy steals, but Yah restores. The enemy weakens, but Yah strengthens. The enemy condemns, but Yah redeems. The enemy accuses, but Yah justifies. The enemy plants fear, but Yah gives courage. The enemy starts chaos, but Yah brings peace. Shalom. The enemy traps, but Yah makes a way. The enemy confuses, but Yah brings clarity. The enemy destroys, but Yah rebuilds. The enemy enslaves, but Yah sets free. The enemy devours, but Yah protects. The enemy twists, but Yah straightens out the way. The enemy darkens, but Yah is the light. The enemy distracts, but Yah is focus. The enemy tries, but Yah triumphs. Yah is victory. It's yours, children. It's yours. It's all in the Amayat, the truth, once you sky. So you walk in the Father's light. You be the light in the darkness. I don't care what they do on this world stage, this script. I don't care. Next week they can do some other crazy stuff, right? They're going to do some other stuff, months, whatever they're going to do, and the script is going to go on. But the Most High going to have the watchmen. We're going to speak the truth. We're going to cut through the lies, and we're going to build you up the armor. Become a watchman, children. We're in the days of the watchman. Shavayah. So you share this video. You like it. You share the word, right? I got a million lessons I'm supposed to be doing, but the Most High got me doing these. Current time now, right? So I got to hear what he tell me to do because there's a reason for it. You hear me, children? We ain't finished yet. I guess part 7 or 8, Lariano, the world is a stage. I still got to continue Wednesday. I got so much more. Oh, what I didn't bring out tonight, but praise Yah, it's already on deck. So sorry, I didn't get to show y'all. I was going to show y'all something y'all ain't never known, something hidden from history, but it's going to come out Wednesday. Hidden from history, hidden from sight. He's unlocking the mysteries. He's unlocking the things. They've hidden things to have us hate one another. They've hidden people and their purpose and their mission. I'm about to expose next Wednesday a hidden historical person that they don't want you to know his history. Wow. What the stuff we don't know. And this new administration right now is erasing history from the records. But the Most High is going to cry aloud and spare not. May the Most High cover and bless you all. Shabbat Shalom, everybody. May you go forth and be the light. We did 5 hours. It is what it is. I wanted to end at 1. Oh, Anna Yah is on the screen. Shalom, daughter of Yah. I'm just seeing the screen of chat again. I didn't even know. You probably been here a long time. I didn't even know. Shalom. Shout out to the UK. May the Most High cover and bless you all. It is done. I feel the Father. Sorry, guys. Sometimes I can feel the Shamayam. When I finish, I can feel them. I can feel their presence. Like they say, well, please. Like I can feel it. Sometimes I can't. Sometimes I don't know. And so my roommates be like, oh, it was okay. It was good. No, it was good. I don't know. Y'all don't understand. I'm being used and I do the work of the Father, so I don't know until I watch it back. After I watch it back, then I'll be like, oh my goodness, like y'all. But sometimes I don't know, but sometimes I do. Sometimes I can really feel them. And I feel them. I feel Yah's presence sitting there in his regal power and authority, just sitting there like, not even speaking, but speaking through wrath. Well done, my son. That I feel, it's not you hear it, I feel it. The relationship with the Father is so important. It's so beautiful. Everything ain't even spoken. You'll feel it. Some people are like, how do I hear? Sometimes it ain't a hearing. Those who's got that relationship, y'all know what I'm talking about. Sometimes it ain't that you heard something. You can't even explain it. I feel it. It's like hearing something without hearing a word. You feel the word. It's in your spirit. So it's not even spoken, bro. It's powerful. Praise Yah. The relationship, everyone. The relationship. Yah wants his watchmen to restore your relationship, your oneness with the Father. You're going to need that. Because the days of woe and the coming travail, you're going to need that relationship. So that Malayak that covers you, those Sabaoth, heavenly hosts. For every nation, kindred, and tongue of people, may you go forth in righteousness. May you go forth in love, ahabayah, understanding, compassion, empathy. May you discern the spirits of every individual. May you be righteous for righteous sake at all times as possible. If you ever sense someone pull you out of righteousness, walk away, go away. Don't matter. Now, if they touch you and stuff, you do what you got to do. But I'm saying you defend your righteous honor and you avoid darkness at all times. Use your discernment now more than even later. You become a more righteous light. You start to speak to, if you see someone dark at your job and they're in the corner and you go, here, this is, I bought this for you or something. Just a kind act, a kindness, charity. That's called charity, and charity is a habayah. It's not love. Just be righteous for righteous sake. All right? May the Most High cover and bless you all. Thank you, now y'all. Thank you, House of Yah. Thank you, Hakyama. Thank you, Yasha. Thank you, Elder Yahya Yazan. Thank you, Anna Yah. Thank you, all of y'all, for your presence on the screen. Thank you, House of Yah, for welcoming the newcomers and covering the trolls and everything and being my brothers and sisters in the light. We are the watchmen. We are in the age of watchmen. We are in the age of the Shafayah. I know Yashara Allah is going to have something to say about that in her spirit. Maybe it's the age of the Shafayah blowing in, the coming in, the day of judgment. Maybe it's like a millennial Shafayah age time. She wrote something. I'll bring that out on Wednesday. I was supposed to do it tonight. She dropped some others. Hopefully I can bring it on Wednesday. May the Most High cover and bless you all. All right? May the Most High cover and bless you all. Go forth and be the light, children. Praise the Most High's holy name in his rightful order. All right. Shalom. I see y'all. We live Wednesday, 9 p.m. All right? Go forth and be the light. I love you. Protect yourself. Remember, wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove. The devices of all dark people, no matter what color of their skin, black, white, whatever, darkness versus the light. All right? Be on discernment. All right. Shalom, everybody worldwide. Shalom, house of Yah. I love you all. Be in the light. Be the light. Praise Yah. His holy name is rightful order.
He adds secures and hooks us tight. A gift from Yah, eternal life. He sent his son a sacrifice to show how much he loves us. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, you are loved. You are loved, oh, you are loved. You are loved by Yahuwah.
Praise Yah.
Praise Yah. Praise Yah. Hallelujah.
Bible study every Tuesday, 8 p.m. We having a Zoom Bible study. I'm gonna put email me for the link.
I'm a lion of the tribe of Judah. Say it again. You are the precious chosen people of the Most High.
We hope you have a good time watching our videos, and we'll see you in the next video.
And we'll see you in the next video. So like and subscribe.
Our channel.
Yeah.
We are the true Hebrews. We are the true ones that fulfill Bible prophecy and scripture.
He adds